There comes a moment, quiet, still, and almost unnoticeable, when you finally meet the version of yourself you've been pretending not to hear. That silent voice buried under distraction, under comparison, under the noise of other people's and expectations. A voice that whispers, "You were meant for more." Not more fame, not more followers, more substance, more truth, more of who you were born to be. That version of you, the one you admire when no one's watching, isn't a fantasy. It's a memory of who you were before the world told you to play small, before they convinced you that safety was better than significance, that comfort was better than calling, that fitting in was better than becoming. But somewhere deep inside you remember. You remember what it felt like to believe in something. You remember what it felt like to dream without apology. You remember the days when you looked in the mirror and saw potential staring back. Not just pressure, not just problems. That version of you is still there. It never left. It's just waiting for permission, waiting for you to decide. Because transformation never begins outside. It starts in the mind, in the heart, in the small but mighty decision to stop chasing others and start becoming the person you admire. Do you admire courage? Then stop hiding. Do you admire discipline? Then get up tomorrow before you're ready. Do you admire honesty? Then speak truth even when your voice shakes. The people you idolize, the giants you put on pedestals, they were not born with more. They were just willing to become. Think of Edison, alone in a lab, failing 1,000 times so the world could see light. Think of Lincoln, writing speeches by firelight while carrying the weight of a divided nation on his back. Think of Carnegie, not just the man of steel, but the man who forged himself first. From nothing. These weren't men of luck. These were men of decision. They didn't chase admiration. They embodied it. So stop asking, "How do I get people to respect me?" Ask instead, "Am I living in a way that I respect myself?" Respect is not given. It is generated, internally, through action repeated over time. If you want confidence, keep promises to yourself. If you want clarity, remove distractions. If you want power, earn it. Through work, through patience, through sacrifice. This world will give you 10,000 excuses to stay the same, but you don't need another excuse. You need a mirror. You need the fire to look into your own reflection and say, "I will become the person I admire, no matter what it costs." Because here's the truth. You're not tired. You are under-challenged. You are not broken. You are untapped. You are not behind. You are uncommitted to the vision that once woke you up in the middle of the night, that idea that used to make. Your hands shake with excitement. That vision didn't leave you. You just stopped visiting it. You stopped feeding it. You traded it for comfort or convenience or the counterfeit glow of social approval. But what you admire in others, resilience, grace under pressure, unstoppable drive, is already coded into your DNA. It's waiting to be called forward. Don't say, "That's just who they are." Say, "That's who I can become." Because admiration without transformation is just envy in disguise, and envy will rot you. It will steal your days, your focus, your joy. But transformation will resurrect you. It will burn away the lies, the excuses, the victimhood, the comfort zone. It will demand everything from you and give you everything in return. Do you know what's harder than chasing your dream? Living with the regret that you didn't. You think discipline is hard? Try waking up at 50 and realizing you let fear narrate your entire life. You think consistency is hard? Try explaining to your younger self why you abandoned their vision for something more realistic. You admire people who show up no matter what. So become that person. You admire those who speak with clarity. So study the craft. You admire those who walk with quiet confidence. So build it through 1,000 small acts of courage when no one is looking. Because admiration is not about fantasy. It's about blueprint. And every person you look up to is simply holding a mirror, showing you what's possible when belief meets behavior. Think of Walt Disney, a man who was fired for lacking creativity. Think of Oprah, told she'd never succeed on television. Think of Ford, bankrupt 5 times before creating the most efficient industrial system the world had ever seen. These were not anomalies. They were ordinary people with extraordinary commitment. They weren't lucky. They were relentless. They weren't gifted. They were obsessed. They didn't wait for the world to applaud. They became the type of person who didn't need the applause. So today, don't ask for motivation. Don't ask for signs. Look in the mirror and decide. Decide to stop outsourcing your greatness to fate. Decide to stop waiting for someone to pick you. Decide to become the kind of person your future self would thank you for. Start small if you must. Wake up an hour earlier. Say no when you mean no. Say yes when you're terrified. Turn off the phone. Turn on your mind. Feed your body. Feed your spirit. Feed your vision. Because you are not just building habits. You are building a life. A life that aligns with your values. A life that commands respect, not by force, but by example. A life that doesn't just admire greatness, it embodies it. You were not born to chase shadows. You were born to cast them. To step so fully into your power that your presence alone changes the temperature of every room you walk into. To become so clear, so focused, so alive, that people don't just listen to your words. They feel your life. But clarity doesn't come by accident. It doesn't arrive in the mail. It's forged, like steel, in the fire of isolation, through hard questions, long nights, and the courage to face your flaws without flinching. You cannot become the person you admire if you're unwilling to look at yourself honestly. And let me tell you, that's the part most people skip. They'll read books, they'll watch videos, they'll quote great minds, but they won't sit alone in a quiet room and ask, what part of me is standing in the way? Because that's where change happens. In the ugly, in the raw, in the confrontation between who you are and who you know you're meant to be. Are you living by values you admire, or are you drifting, hoping confidence will come without commitment? Are you practicing self-control, or are you letting your impulses decide your identity? You can't admire discipline and then hit snooze every morning. You can't admire leadership and then stay silent when it matters most. You can't admire integrity and then make exceptions when it's inconvenient. That's the internal betrayal that no one sees. But you do, and you feel it, every single time. Because the path to becoming the person you admire isn't found in a motivational quote. It's found in the moment you finally take ownership. Ownership changes everything. When you own your thoughts, you stop blaming others. When you own your time, you stop making excuses. When you own your vision, you stop outsourcing your identity to a job title, a social role, or someone else's approval. Look at the people you admire most. Do you know what they all have in common? They act from vision, not circumstance. They live aligned with purpose, not popularity. They are loyal to their principles, even when it's uncomfortable. And that kind of loyalty to self? It's rare, but it's magnetic. You don't follow those people because they're perfect. You follow them because they are rooted. They know who they are. And when you know who you are, the world begins to follow your lead. But let me be clear. This path is not easy. There is no hack. There is no shortcut to character. Becoming the person you admire will cost you old habits, old stories, and maybe even old relationships. Not because you don't care about them, but because you care more about the person you're becoming. Comfort will tempt you. Distraction will stalk you. The world will whisper, "Stay small, stay safe." But deep down, you'll know, safety is the enemy of destiny. You cannot evolve and stay comfortable at the same time. You must choose. Choose discomfort over doubt. Choose discipline over delay. Choose growth over gossip. Choose the path of becoming over the illusion of being liked. Because, let's face it, the person you admire didn't get there by being liked. They got there by being real. And realness, that costs. But the reward is freedom. Freedom from the mask. Freedom from the lie. Freedom from the fear of not being enough, because you finally realize you've always had enough inside you. Your potential is not something you find. It's something you uncover, layer by layer, choice by choice, day by day. The real you is under there, under the doubt, under the fear, under the need to be validated, and every courageous act pulls you closer to that core. Every morning, you rise before the world tells you who to be. Every time you keep a promise to yourself when it would be easier to quit. Every day you show up and do the work without applause because you know who you're becoming. That's where identity is forged, not in comfort, not in compliments, but in the fire of your own resolve. You become the person you admire by building the life they would live. Not tomorrow. Not when things are easier, but now. You move with purpose. You speak with conviction. You stop saying, "someday," and start saying, "This is who I am today." Because the greatest tragedy is not death. It's waking up at the end of your life and realizing you never met the real you. You met the version the world wanted. You met the version that played it safe. You met the version that survived, but never lived. Don't let that be your story. Be the one who rewrote the script. Be the one who looked their fear in the eye and moved anyway. Be the one who became. Because in the end, admiration fades, but becoming lasts forever. You won't be remembered for who you followed. You'll be remembered for who you had the courage to become. There is a moment in every life when the voice inside gets louder than the noise outside. When the soul, tired of being ignored, rises up and says, "Enough. Enough pretending. Enough playing small. Enough dimming your light so others won't feel insecure in your presence." Because the person you admire doesn't shrink. They don't apologize for ambition. They don't wait for permission to lead, to speak, to rise. They own their space. And that kind of presence? It's not arrogance. It's alignment. They are aligned with their values, their vision, their higher self, and you can feel it in the way they walk, the way they breathe, the way they move through the world with intention. You admire them not because they have something you don't, but because something in them awakens something in you. That feeling you get when you see greatness? It's not jealousy, it's recognition. Your spirit is recognizing a reflection of what already exists inside you, dormant, waiting, hungry, to be called forth. That's why you feel that fire, that pull, that ache. Because your highest self is tired of watching you settle. Tired of seeing you stay in rooms where your soul doesn't grow. Tired of watching you survive when you were built to lead. Look, admiration is powerful, but it's only the spark. It's becoming that lights the fire. So, how do you become the person you admire? You study them, not to mimic them, but to decode the mindset behind the behavior. You ask, what do they believe about themselves? What do they do when no one's watching? What do they refuse to compromise on? And then, most importantly, you embody those answers in your own life. Not when it's easy, not when it's trending, but when it's lonely, when it's uncomfortable, when it would be simpler to go back to who you used to be. Because becoming isn't a feeling. It's a fight, a daily battle between the old identity and the new one. between the voice that says, "Play it safe," and the one that screams, "Step into your greatness." Every choice is a vote for who you are becoming. So when you choose focus over distraction, vote cast. When you choose honesty over convenience, vote cast. When you choose persistence after failure, another vote cast. And over time, those votes shape your identity. You stop trying to be admired and start becoming admirable. And here's what no one tells you. The person you admire, they're not finished. They still feel fear. They still wrestle with doubt. They still have days where they wonder if it's all worth it, but they move anyway. That's what sets them apart. Not talent, not luck, not some magical morning routine. Just the decision to continue, no matter how it feels. They know emotions are signals, not steering wheels. They know growth doesn't come from knowing more, but from doing more with what you already know. And most of all, they know this: you become what you consistently choose. So choose vision, even when the path is foggy. Choose discipline, even when no one is watching. Choose faith, even when the results haven't arrived yet. Because becoming is not about proving anything to the world. It's about proving something to yourself. It's about looking back one day and saying, "I didn't just admire strength, I became strong. I didn't just admire greatness, I built mine. I didn't just clap for others, I showed up for me." That's power. That's legacy. That's transformation. And make no mistake, legacy isn't some far-off thing. It's what you build in the silence, in the early mornings when you rise alone, in the late nights when you choose study over scrolling, in the moments when nobody believes in you, and you show up anyway. That's where the person you admire is forged, not in applause, not in perfection, but in private consistency. Because you will never rise higher in life than the standards you hold yourself to in silence. Raise your standards. Raise your self-respect. Raise your identity. Because you don't get what you wish for. You get what you are willing to become. And becoming, that starts now. Not when you have more time. Not when you feel ready. Not when everything's perfect. But right now, in this breath, in this choice, you have always had the tools. You have always had the calling. You have always had the seed of greatness inside you. You were just waiting for someone to tell you. You don't need permission to become legendary. You just need conviction, and conviction comes when you stop waiting and start becoming. And now we reach the part of the journey that most never dare to enter. The silence before the breakthrough. The moment where it feels like nothing's working, no one sees your efforts, and the world has gone quiet on your dreams. This is where the average turn back. This is where the crowd looks for a new distraction. But this is where the great are born. Because the person you admire didn't rise in applause. They rose in obscurity. They rose when no one was clapping. They rose when the doors didn't open. So they built their own. That silence, that stillness, it's not rejection. It's the cocoon before the wings. It's the pause before the power. It's the test. To see if you truly want this, or if you only liked the idea of becoming. Understand this. You are not here to fake greatness. You are here to embody it, to feel it in your bones, to walk it in your habits, to speak it into your future until every cell of your being is aligned with the life you once only imagined. This is not about hype. It's not about chasing trends, gaining followers, or impressing strangers. This is about honoring the calling inside of you that's been whispering for years. Rise. Rise above mediocrity. Rise above the identity you outgrew. Rise above the comfort zone that has become a cage dressed as a sanctuary. You want to become the person you admire. Then stop negotiating with your potential. Stop waiting for the perfect conditions. Stop needing everyone's understanding. Stop asking for signs and start becoming one. Because the moment you decide, truly decide, everything begins to shift. Your habits sharpen. Your boundaries strengthen. Your energy magnetizes the very life you were once chasing. People will start asking how you did it, and you'll smile. Not because it was easy, but because you'll remember all the days you showed up when no one asked you to. You'll remember the mornings you got up before the sun, the nights you studied when your friends were partying, the sacrifices you made that nobody clapped for, the quiet victories that rebuilt your soul brick by brick. And then you'll realize, this isn't luck. This isn't magic. This is the byproduct of alignment, hunger, and discipline. Greatness isn't a mystery. It's a decision repeated daily, and that means it's within your reach. Not someday, today. You have what it takes, but more importantly, you have what it costs. It costs comfort. It costs approval. It costs the version of you that was content watching others live the life you were born for, but it gives back more than you could ever imagine. It gives you pride. It gives you peace. It gives you the power to look in the mirror and say, I respect the person I've become. And that feeling, that quiet self-respect, that is the greatest wealth of all. Because the person you admire isn't a fantasy. They are your future self, screaming through the noise. I'm waiting for you. Step into me. And when you do, when you finally step into that identity, you'll stop being impressed by people you used to idolize, not because they're less, but because you're more certain, more focused, more aligned. You don't just watch the fire anymore. You carry it. You don't just clap for others. You walk beside them. Because now, you're the one being watched. You're the one being studied. You're the one who became what others only talk about, not by chance, but by choice, by showing up, by doing the hard things, by building the habits, the heart, the hunger, by refusing to let fear decide your future. So here's the truth. You don't need another course, another quote, another secret. You just need to choose yourself, without apology, without delay, without waiting for the world to catch up. Because when you do, the doors open, the fog lifts, the world moves. For the one bold enough to move first, and in that moment, everything changes. You go from watching to leading, from admiring to becoming, from questioning to knowing. Not because you followed the map, but because you became the compass. So ask yourself one last time, who do you admire, and now, are you willing to become them? Are you willing to wake up tomorrow and live their life? To think their thoughts? To act with their courage? To build their habits? To hold their standards? To fight their battles? Because when you do, the distance collapses. The gap between you and them disappears. And suddenly, the person you once admired was you all along.
The air crackles. Can you feel it? That electric hum of potential, the raw, untamed energy that whispers of fortunes waiting to be claimed, empires yearning to be built. It's not a lottery ticket, not a fleeting stroke of luck. This is the undercurrent of the universe, the fundamental law that governs the flow of wealth, success, and lasting impact. It's a language unspoken, a code unwritten, and tonight, we crack it open. Forget the gurus with their get-rich-quick schemes. Forget the Instagram charlatans flaunting rented luxury. We're diving deep, unearthing the bedrock principles that have fueled the titans of industry, the visionaries who reshaped reality itself. This isn't about instant gratification. This is about legacy. This is about building something that endures, a testament to your ambition, your grit, your unwavering belief in the power of your own potential. The first rule, the cornerstone upon which all else is built, is this: embrace the uncomfortable. Comfort is the enemy of progress. It's the siren song that lures you into complacency, the velvet trap that smothers your dreams. Every breakthrough, every leap of innovation, every significant achievement is born from the crucible of discomfort. Think of Elon Musk staring down, the barrel of countless SpaceX failures, his fortune dwindling, his reputation on the line. Did he retreat to the safety of the known? Did he succumb to the pressure? No. He doubled down, pushing the boundaries of what was thought possible until, finally, the impossible became reality. Consider the Wright brothers, ridiculed and dismissed as delusional dreamers. They faced countless setbacks, countless crashes, but their unwavering commitment to defying gravity propelled them forward, transforming the world forever. Wealth isn't accumulated in the calm waters of security. It's forged in the turbulent storms of risk, uncertainty, and relentless effort. So, embrace the discomfort. Seek it out. Let it be your compass, guiding you towards uncharted territories, towards opportunities that others are too afraid to pursue. The second unspoken rule: master the art of delayed gratification. We live in an age of instant gratification, where everything is available at the touch of a screen. But true wealth, lasting wealth, is built on the foundation of patience and discipline. It's about sacrificing immediate pleasures for long-term gains, about understanding that the seeds you sow today will determine the harvest you reap tomorrow. Think of Warren Buffett, the epitome of patient investing. He didn't become a billionaire overnight. He built his fortune slowly and steadily, over decades, by consistently reinvesting his profits and focusing on long-term value. He understood that compounding, the eighth wonder of the world, requires time and unwavering commitment. Contrast that with the lottery winner who squanders their fortune on frivolous luxuries, only to find themselves back where they started. Or even worse, within a few years. The difference? A lack of understanding of the power of delayed gratification. True wealth isn't about having more. It's about becoming more. It's about developing the character, the skills, and the mindset that will allow you to not only acquire wealth, but also to sustain it and to use it to create positive change in the world. The third rule, often overlooked but absolutely critical: cultivate a mindset of abundance. The world is not a zero-sum game. Your success does not require the failure of others. There is enough opportunity for everyone. A scarcity mindset, the belief that resources are limited and that you must fight for your share, will cripple your potential and prevent you from seeing the abundance that surrounds you. Imagine two entrepreneurs, both vying for the same contract. One approaches the situation with a scarcity mindset, viewing the other as an enemy, resorting to cutthroat tactics and underhanded strategies. The other approaches it with an abundance mindset, focusing on creating value, building relationships, and collaborating with others. Which one do you think is more likely to succeed in the long run? The one who sees opportunity everywhere, who understands that collaboration can lead to exponential growth, who focuses on creating value that benefits everyone involved. The fourth, unspoken rule, the engine of innovation and progress. Embrace failure as a stepping stone. Failure is not the opposite of success. It's a necessary ingredient. Every successful person has failed countless times. The difference between them and those who give up is that they learn from their mistakes, they adapt, and they keep pushing forward. Think of Thomas Edison, who famously failed thousands of times before finally inventing the light bulb. When asked about his failures, he said, "I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work." Failure is a teacher, a mentor, a guide. It provides valuable feedback, helping you to refine your strategies, to identify your weaknesses, and to develop the resilience you need to overcome obstacles. Don't be afraid to fail. Embrace it. Learn from it. Use it as fuel to propel you towards your goals. The fifth rule, the foundation of lasting relationships and unwavering support. Surround yourself with greatness. You are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. Choose your circle wisely. Surround yourself with people who inspire you, who challenge you, who support you, and who believe in your potential, even when you don't believe in yourself. Avoid the energy vampires, the naysayers, the dream killers who drain your motivation and fill your mind with doubt. Seek out mentors, role models, and peers who have achieved what you aspire to achieve. Learn from their experiences, their mistakes, and their successes. Build a network of people who will lift you up, who will hold you accountable, and who will celebrate your victories with you. The sixth unspoken rule, the secret weapon of the truly successful. Become a lifelong learner. The world is constantly evolving, and if you're not learning, you're falling behind. Commit to continuous learning, to expanding your knowledge and skills, to staying ahead of the curve. Read books, listen to podcasts, attend seminars, take courses. Immerse yourself in your field, but also explore other areas that pique your interest. The more you learn, the more you'll see connections between seemingly unrelated fields, and the more innovative you'll become. Don't be afraid to experiment, to try new things, to step outside of your comfort zone. The most successful people are those who are constantly learning, adapting, and evolving. The seventh rule, the compass that guides your actions. Define your purpose. Why are you doing what you're doing? What impact do you want to make on the world? What is your why? Having a clear purpose will give you direction, motivation, and resilience. It will help you to stay focused on your goals, even when you face challenges and setbacks. Think of Steve Jobs, whose purpose was to create products that would put a ding in the universe. His unwavering commitment to this purpose drove him to create some of the most innovative and influential products of our time. When you're clear about your purpose, you'll attract opportunities, resources, and people who are aligned with your vision. You'll be able to make decisions more easily, and you'll be more resilient in the face of adversity. The eighth unspoken rule, the bedrock of trust and lasting relationships. Act with integrity. Your reputation is your most valuable asset. Protect it fiercely. Always be honest, ethical, and transparent in your dealings with others. Keep your promises, honor your commitments, and treat everyone with respect, regardless of their position or status. In the short term, it may seem like you can get ahead by cutting corners or by deceiving others. But in the long run, these actions will always catch up with you. Trust is hard to earn and easy to lose. Once you've lost it, it's very difficult to regain. Act with integrity, and you'll build a reputation that will open doors for you, and that will attract people who trust and respect you. The ninth rule, the key to unlocking your full potential. Embrace failure as feedback. The only true failure is the failure to learn. Every setback, every mistake, every missed opportunity is a valuable learning experience. Don't dwell on your failures. Analyze them. What went wrong? What could you have done differently? What lessons can you learn from this experience? Use your failures as feedback to improve your strategies, to refine your skills, and to become a better version of yourself. The most successful people are not those who never fail. They're those who learn from their failures and who use them as stepping stones to success. The 10th unspoken rule, the secret to creating lasting impact. Focus on creating value. Wealth is a byproduct of value creation. The more value you create for others, the more wealth you will accumulate. Don't focus on getting rich quick. Focus on providing a product or service that solves a problem, that meets a need, or that improves people's lives. Think of Bill Gates. who created Microsoft, a company that revolutionized the way people use computers, he didn't set out to become a billionaire. He set out to create a product that would make a difference in the world. The more value you create, the more people will be willing to pay for your product or service, and the more wealth you will accumulate. The 11th rule, the power of intentional action. Visualize your success. The mind is a powerful tool. What you vividly imagine, ardently desire, sincerely believe, and enthusiastically act upon will inevitably come to pass. Spend time each day visualizing your goals, your dreams, and your success. See yourself achieving your objectives, overcoming your challenges, and living the life you desire. Feel the emotions associated with your success, the joy, the excitement, the gratitude. The more vividly you visualize your success, the more likely you are to achieve it. Visualization helps to program your subconscious mind to align your thoughts and emotions with your goals, and to attract opportunities that will help you to achieve your objectives. The 12th unspoken rule, the importance of giving back. Practice generosity. Giving back is not only the right thing to do, it's also good for your business. When you give back to your community, you build goodwill, you strengthen your relationships, and you attract opportunities. Think of Oprah Winfrey, who has donated millions of dollars to charity through her Oprah Winfrey Charitable Foundation. Her generosity has not only made a difference in the lives of countless people, it has also enhanced her reputation and strengthened her brand. Giving back is a powerful way to create a positive impact on the world and to build a legacy that will last for generations. The 13th rule, the art of persuasion and influence. Master communication. Your ability to communicate effectively is crucial to your success. You must be able to articulate your ideas clearly, to persuade others to your point of view, and to build rapport with people from all walks of life. Practice your communication skills. Take public speaking courses, read books on communication, and seek out opportunities to speak in public. The more effectively you can communicate, the more successful you will be in all areas of your life. The 14th unspoken rule, the importance of staying present. Cultivate mindfulness. In today's fast-paced world, it's easy to get caught up in the whirlwind of activity and to lose sight of the present moment. Cultivate mindfulness by practicing meditation, yoga, or other techniques that help you to stay grounded and focused. When you're mindful, you're more aware of your thoughts, your emotions, and your surroundings. You're better able to make decisions, to manage stress, and to appreciate the beauty of life. Mindfulness is a powerful tool for improving your overall well-being and for enhancing your performance in all areas of your life. The 15th rule, the driving force behind all achievement. Develop unwavering belief. Believe in yourself. Believe in your abilities. Believe in your potential. Without unwavering belief, you'll never achieve your full potential. Doubt and fear will hold you back, preventing you from taking risks and from pursuing your dreams. Cultivate unwavering belief by focusing on your strengths, by celebrating your successes, and by surrounding yourself with people who believe in you. The more you believe in yourself, the more likely you are to achieve your goals. The 16th unspoken rule, the power of focus and concentration. Eliminate distractions. In today's digital age, distractions are everywhere. Social media, email, and countless other notifications constantly bombard us, making it difficult to focus on our work. Eliminate distractions by turning off notifications, by closing unnecessary tabs on your computer, and by creating a dedicated workspace where you can focus without interruption. The more focused you are, the more productive you will be. The 17th rule, the foundation of lasting success. Build strong relationships. Your network is your net worth. Build strong relationships with people who can help you to achieve your goals. Nurture those relationships by staying in touch, by offering your support, and by showing your appreciation. The stronger your relationships, the more opportunities will come your way. People do business with people they know, like, and trust. Build strong relationships, and you'll build a network that will support you throughout your career. The 18th unspoken rule, the importance of self-care. Prioritize your health. You can't build an empire if you're not healthy. Prioritize your physical and mental health by eating a healthy diet, by exercising regularly, and by getting enough sleep. Take time for relaxation and recreation. Do things that you enjoy, that help you to distress, and that recharge your batteries. The healthier you are, the more energy and focus you'll have to pursue your goals. The 19th rule, the key to continuous improvement. Seek feedback. Don't be afraid to ask for feedback from others. Seek out mentors, coaches, and advisors who can provide you with honest and constructive criticism. Be open to feedback, even if it's difficult to hear. Use feedback to identify your weaknesses and to improve your skills. The more feedback you receive, the faster you'll learn and grow. The 20th unspoken rule, the power of perseverance. Never give up. Success is not guaranteed. You will face setbacks, challenges, and obstacles along the way. The key is to never give up. Persevere through the difficult times, and you will eventually achieve your goals. Remember why you started. Remember your purpose. Remember your dreams, and never give up on yourself. The 21st rule, the art of delegation. Learn to outsource. You can't do everything yourself. As your business grows, you'll need to learn to delegate tasks to others. Identify the tasks that you can outsource, and hire people who are skilled in those areas. Delegating tasks will free up your time to focus on the things that you do best. It will also allow you to scale your business more quickly. The 22nd unspoken rule, the importance of financial literacy. Master your finances. Understanding how money works is essential to building wealth. Learn about budgeting, investing, and financial planning. Read books, take courses, and consult with financial advisors. The more you understand about finances, the better equipped you'll be to make smart financial decisions and to build a secure financial future. The 23rd rule, the power of strategic thinking. Plan ahead. Don't just react to events as they happen. Take the time to plan ahead. Develop a strategic plan for your business and for your life. Identify your goals, your objectives, and your strategies. Develop a timeline for achieving your goals. Review your plan regularly and make adjustments as needed. The more strategic you are, the more likely you are to achieve your goals. The 24th unspoken rule, the importance of taking calculated risks. Step outside your comfort zone. Growth happens outside of your comfort zone. Don't be afraid to take calculated risks. Try new things, experiment with new ideas, and push yourself beyond your limits. More risks you take, the more opportunities you'll create for yourself. Not all risks will pay off, but the ones that do can be life-changing. The 25th rule, the value of time management. Prioritize your time. Time is your most valuable asset. Don't waste it on trivial activities. Prioritize your time by focusing on the activities that will have the biggest impact on your goals. Learn to say no to things that don't align with your priorities. Schedule your time wisely and make sure to allocate time for rest and relaxation. The better you manage your time, the more you'll accomplish. The 26th unspoken rule, the importance of adaptability. Be flexible. The world is constantly changing, and you must be able to adapt to those changes. Be flexible in your thinking, your strategies, and your plans. Be willing to change course when necessary. The more adaptable you are, the more resilient you'll be in the face of adversity. The 27th rule, the power of continuous improvement. Embrace Kaizen. Kaizen is a Japanese philosophy that emphasizes continuous improvement. It's the idea that small, incremental changes can lead to significant results over time. Embrace Kaizen by constantly looking for ways to improve your products, your services, your processes, and your skills. The more you focus on continuous improvement, the more successful you'll be. The 28th unspoken rule, the importance of self-awareness. Know yourself. Understand your strengths, your weaknesses, your values, and your motivations. The more self-aware you are, the better you'll be able to make decisions that are aligned with your goals and your values. Take time for introspection. Reflect on your experiences. Seek feedback from others. The more you know yourself, the more successful you'll be. The 29th rule, the power of leveraging technology. Automate processes. Technology can help you to automate many of the tasks that you currently do manually. Identify the tasks that can be automated and use technology to streamline your processes. Automating processes will free up your time to focus on more important tasks. It will also help you to reduce errors and to improve efficiency. The 30th unspoken rule, the importance of building a strong team. Hire the right people. Your team is your most valuable asset. Hire people who are talented, motivated, and who share your values. Create a positive and supportive work environment where people can thrive. Invest in your team's development and provide them with opportunities to learn and grow. The stronger your team, the more successful you'll be. The 31st rule, the power of networking. Attend industry events. Attend industry events, conferences, and trade shows. These events are a great way to network with other professionals, to learn about new trends, and to find new opportunities. Make an effort to connect with people at these events. Exchange business cards, follow up with people after the event, and build relationships. The more people you know in your industry, the more opportunities will come your way. The 32nd unspoken rule, the importance of giving credit where it's due. Acknowledge contributions. Acknowledge the contributions of others. Give credit where credit is due. When you recognize the efforts of others, you build goodwill and strengthen relationships. It's important to be humble and to recognize that you didn't achieve your success alone. Acknowledge the people who helped you along the way and show your appreciation. The 33rd rule, the power of consistency. Show up every day. Success is not a sprint, it's a marathon. You must show up every day and put in the work, even when you don't feel like it. Be consistent in your efforts, and you will eventually achieve your goals. Don't let setbacks discourage you. Keep moving forward, one step at a time. The 34th unspoken rule, the importance of learning from your competitors. Analyze your competition. Pay attention to what your competitors are doing. Analyze their strengths and weaknesses. Identify opportunities to differentiate yourself from your competition. Learning from your competitors can help you to improve your products, your services, and your marketing strategies. It can also help you to identify new opportunities in the marketplace. The 35th rule, the power of branding. Create a strong brand. Your brand is your reputation. It's what people think of when they hear your name or see your logo. Invest in building a strong brand by creating a clear and consistent message, by providing excellent customer service, and by delivering on your promises. A strong brand will help you to attract customers, to build loyalty, and to command premium prices. The 36th unspoken rule, the importance of having a mentor. Find a mentor. A mentor can provide you with guidance, support, and advice. Look for someone who has achieved what you aspire to achieve and ask them to be your mentor. A mentor can help you to avoid common mistakes, to learn new skills, and to accelerate your progress. Having a mentor is one of the best investments you can make in your career. The 37th rule, the power of reading. Read every day. Reading is one of the best ways to learn new things, to expand your knowledge, and to improve your thinking. Skills. Read books, articles, and blogs on topics that interest you. Make reading a daily habit, and you will become a more knowledgeable, well-rounded, and successful person. The 38th unspoken rule, the importance of setting boundaries. Learn to say no. You can't do everything. Learn to say no to things that don't align with your priorities. Saying no will free up your time to focus on the things that are most important to you. Don't be afraid to say no to requests that will drain your energy, that will distract you from your goals, or that will compromise your values. The 39th rule, the power of lifelong curiosity. Stay curious. Never stop learning. Never stop asking questions. Never stop exploring new ideas. Stay curious about the world around you, and you will always be learning and growing. Curiosity is the engine of innovation. It's what drives us to explore new frontiers, to solve complex problems, and to create new things. The 40th unspoken rule, the importance of finding balance. Create work-life harmony. Work-life balance is a myth. It's impossible to perfectly balance your work and your personal life. Instead, strive for work-life harmony. Find a way to integrate your work and your personal life in a way that feels fulfilling and sustainable. Prioritize your health, your relationships, and your passions. The more harmonious your life, the more successful you'll be. The 41st rule, the power of reflection. Review your progress regularly. Take time to review your progress regularly. Assess what's working and what's not working. Make adjustments to your strategies as needed. Regular reflection will help you to stay on track, to identify opportunities for improvement, and to achieve your goals more quickly. The 42nd unspoken rule, the importance of celebrating your successes. Acknowledge your wins. Don't just focus on your failures. Take time to acknowledge your wins, both big and small. Celebrating your successes will boost your morale, motivate you to keep going, and help you to appreciate how far you've come. Don't be afraid to pat yourself on the back. You deserve it. The 43rd rule, the power of gratitude. Practice gratitude daily. Be grateful for what you have. Practice gratitude daily by focusing on the positive aspects of your life. Gratitude is a powerful emotion that can improve your mood, reduce stress, and increase your overall well-being. It can also help you to attract more positive experiences into your life. The 44th unspoken rule, the importance of leaving a legacy. Think long-term. Don't just focus on short-term gains. Think long-term. Consider the impact that your actions will have on future generations. Build a business that will last. Create a legacy that you can be proud of. Make a positive difference in the world. The 45th rule, the unwavering commitment to excellence. Strive for mastery. Don't settle for mediocrity. Strive for mastery in everything you do. Pursue excellence with passion and dedication. More you strive for mastery, the more successful you'll be. The 46th unspoken rule, the power of kindness. Be kind to others. Treat everyone with kindness and respect. Be compassionate, empathetic, and understanding. Kindness is a powerful force that can transform relationships, build goodwill, and create a more positive world. The 47th rule, the importance of taking action. Execute decisively. Ideas are worthless without execution. Don't just dream about your goals. Take action. Execute decisively and with purpose. The more action you take, the more momentum you'll create, and the more likely you are to achieve your goals. The 48th unspoken rule, the power of resilience. Bounce back stronger. Life will inevitably throw you curveballs. You will experience setbacks, challenges, and failures. The key is to bounce back stronger. Learn from your mistakes. Adapt to your circumstances and never give up on your dreams. The 49th rule, the understanding of the game. Know the rules. Then break them. Understand the conventional wisdom, the accepted norms, the established rules of the game. Then be bold enough to break them when necessary. Innovation often comes from challenging the status quo and from daring to do things differently. And finally, the 50th unspoken rule, the ultimate key to unlocking your potential. Believe in yourself unconditionally. Deep down, in the quietest corner of your soul, you must believe, without a shadow of a doubt, that you are capable of achieving anything you set your mind to. This isn't just positive thinking. It's an unwavering conviction that you possess the talent, the resilience, and the determination to create the empire of your dreams. It's about silencing the inner critic, dismissing the doubters, and embracing your unique potential. The world needs your vision, your creativity, and your passion. Don't let fear hold you back. Embrace the challenge, unleash your potential, and build the empire that you were born to create. The unspoken rules are now spoken. The path is laid before you. Now, go, build, conquer, and leave your indelible mark on the world. The world is waiting. There comes a moment in every life when silence grows too loud to ignore. When the weight of wasted time presses down with such force that it either crushes you or wakes you up. This is that moment. Not tomorrow, not next year, not when you feel ready, right now. Because your financial destiny is not written in the stars. It's carved into stone by the sweat of your decisions, the discipline of your actions, and the depth of your belief. Understand this. Money does not chase. Be uncertain. Wealth does not bow to the passive. Fortune was never meant for the hesitant. The world bows to the bold. And every empire, every fortune that reshaped history, from Carnegie's steel to Rockefeller's oil to Ford's assembly line, began not with money, not with privilege, but with an unshakable decision. A man looked at his circumstances and declared, "This will not define me. I will command my destiny." You must do the same. Let the world sleepwalk. Let the masses scroll, doubt, drift. You were not made for mediocrity. You were not born to repeat the patterns of poverty. You were born to dominate your domain, to bend reality to the vision that burns in your soul. But first, you must face yourself, because the war for wealth is not fought in the market. It's not decided by algorithms, interest rates, or government policy. The true battlefield is between your ears. And most people lose before they ever take a step, because they believe the lie that wealth is for someone else, not you. No. You were not placed here to observe wealth like a museum exhibit, protected behind glass. You are placed here to own it, to become the kind of person whose mind magnetizes opportunity, whose actions produce results, and whose presence demands respect. So wake up. Your financial destiny is screaming for you. But it requires a new mind, a new code. You must destroy the default programming, the generational hand-me-downs of fear, scarcity, and small thinking. Listen carefully. No one inherits a millionaire mind. They build it. Henry Ford was not born with a silver spoon. He was a farm boy with greasy hands and an idea that machines could change the world. While others laughed, he built. While others hesitated, he systematized. While others chased approval, he chased efficiency, and he made history. Why? Because he decided to think differently, to outwork the lazy, to outlast the doubters, to bet on himself when the world told him no. And now the question echoes in your bones. Will you? Will you decide to see money not as a mystery, but as a mirror? A mirror reflecting your beliefs, your habits, your inner blueprint. Will you decide to take full ownership, not partial, not conditional, but total responsibility for every dollar in your life. Because that's where the shift begins. You see, most people don't have money problems. They have mindset problems. They don't need more tactics. They need more truth. They don't need to chase the latest trend. They need to confront the quiet voice inside that whispers, "You're not enough." Kill that voice. Burn it with the fire of clarity. You are enough. You are capable. You are built for more. But belief is not inherited. It's forged. And until you believe that you can command your financial destiny, no strategy in the world will save you. So the foundation must be this: belief backed by action. Florence Scovel Shinn said, "Your word is your wand." What she meant is this: every thought you allow, every phrase you repeat, every story you tell yourself is programming your reality. Say you're broke, and you will be. Say you're unlucky, and you'll prove it. Say you don't know how, and your brain will oblige. But say, "I am responsible. I am rising. I am commanding wealth with purpose, with vision, with discipline." And the world begins to bend in your favor, because the universe responds to certainty. You don't need to scream it. You need to live it. In your habits, in your calendar, in the way you walk into a room. Confidence is not loud. It's earned. Through hours, through sweat, through resilience. The men who moved mountains never waited for permission. Think of Rockefeller, starting with nothing, selling small goods before oil even entered his dreams. He didn't ask, "Is it the right time?" He made it the right time. He read the market like a general reads terrain. He studied the game. He spotted inefficiencies. He brought order to chaos. And in doing so, he built not just wealth. He built a dynasty. You don't need to drill for oil, but you do need to drill into your excuses. What are the stories you tell that keep you small? "I didn't grow up rich." Neither did Buffett. "I don't have connections." Neither did Ford. "I'm not sure if I'm ready." No one is. At first. The difference is that successful people don't wait to feel ready. They act until they become it. They don't seek comfort. They seek growth. And if discomfort is the price, they pay it gladly. You must too. Because the truth is, your financial future is not in the hands of your boss, your government, or your parents. It's in your hands. The question is, will you rise to claim it? This world owes you nothing, but it offers you everything. If you're willing to pay the price in focus, in effort, in relentless execution, there is no shortcut, but there is a path. And those who walk it with courage, those who embrace the grind, those who keep their vision clear through chaos, they become unstoppable. So let this be your awakening. You don't need another podcast. You don't need another book you won't finish. What you need is a decision, a moment, a fire in your gut that says, no more. No more drifting. No more waiting. No more watching others live the life I was meant to command, because the clock is ticking. Not in fear. In urgency. Time is not your enemy. It is your greatest ally if you use it. But if you waste it, if you squander another year on doubt and distraction, you will watch the door of opportunity close slowly, quietly, and finally. And years from now, when your body is slower and your days are fewer, you will look back on this moment, and you will either burn with pride or drown in regret. So choose now, not someday. Now. Because once you do, the gears begin to turn. The mind sharpens. The body aligns. The world begins to shift. And you become the kind of person wealth can trust, not because you're lucky, but because you're ready, because you've commanded your destiny, with vision, with fire, with no apologies. Clarity. That's where transformation truly begins. Not with hustle, not with hype, but with brutal, beautiful clarity. The kind of clarity that cuts through noise like a blade, That strips away illusions, distractions, and inherited lies. You must ask yourself, what do I want? Truly, unapologetically, without editing myself for what sounds realistic, because the mediocre mind kills dreams with polite language. But the mind of a titan speaks in absolutes. What do you want? Not what your friends expect. Not what your parents projected. Not what society sells. What you want. Down to the marrow. Down to the vision that haunts your quiet moments and stirs your soul awake. At 3:m. Write it down. Speak it out. Own it, because clarity is power. Every Fortune 500 company began as a sentence on a napkin, a sketch in a notebook, a vision carried by someone willing to see it before the world could. Warren Buffett didn't build an empire by accident. He was precise. He understood his zone of genius. He made no apologies for his process. While others scrambled for trends, he waited with the patience of a lion. Why? Because his clarity was unshakable. You must become the same. Stop chasing 10 paths. Pick one. Master it. Burn your name into it. Because those who try to do everything become known for nothing. Clarity is not just knowing what you want. It's knowing what you will not tolerate. Distraction is a luxury you can no longer afford. The news cycle? Mute it. The opinions of broke friends? Ignore them. The dopamine drip of meaningless scrolling? Cut it off at the root. Because if you want uncommon results, you must live an uncommon life. Simplicity, focus, precision. These are the tools of the master. And when clarity is in place, purpose awakens. Purpose is the oxygen of financial greatness. It's what keeps you moving when results are delayed. It's what keeps your spine straight when the critics circle. It's what turns labor into legacy. Ask yourself, why must you rise? Not should, must. What's at stake if you don't command your financial destiny? Who suffers? Who misses out? Who watches you shrink and thinks that is what life must look like? Let it burn. Let the urgency fill your lungs. This isn't just about cars or houses or comfort. That's not purpose. That's decoration. Purpose is about becoming the kind of person who is trusted with influence, with abundance, with impact. The world does not need more rich people. It needs more people with purpose who know how to build wealth and wield it with wisdom. James Allen wrote, "Men do not attract that which they want, but that which they are. And if you want to attract wealth, you must become wealth. In how you think, how you speak, how you carry yourself in the face of storms. Purpose sharpens discipline. And discipline. Oh, discipline is the throne upon which destiny is built. Let me say it clearly. Without discipline, you will fall. Not because you're weak, but because the world is built to distract, to pull you off course, to tempt you with easy paths, comfortable detours, and shiny illusions. But the disciplined man is unmoved. He wakes when others sleep. He plans when others guess. He moves with intention when others drift in chaos. He builds habits not based on mood, but on mission. That's the key. The mood will lie. The motivation will fade. But the mission, if it's anchored in clarity and purpose, will pull you forward through every valley, every storm, every desert. Look at Carnegie. The steel magnate did not build a fortune by being motivated. He built it by being relentless. He studied the markets. He pushed systems. He demanded excellence, not once, but every day. Because his standard was non-negotiable. You must set your own standard. And once set, never lower it. Not for tiredness. Not for convenience. Not for popularity. Because once you compromise your standard, you compromise your future. Discipline is freedom in disguise. Most won't see it that way. They'll call you obsessed, too intense, too focused. Let them talk, because the moment you water down your fire to keep others comfortable, is the moment you abandon your destiny. And you were not born for comfort. You were born for command. So rise. Decide that your routines will reflect royalty. Your time will reflect value. Your daily rituals will become sacred because they are the bricks of the empire you are building. Brick by brick, decision by decision, dollar by dollar. Now. The question becomes, will you act? Because belief without action is fantasy, and vision without execution is hallucination. You don't need more motivation. You need momentum. Action is what separates the dreamers from the doers, the thinkers from the titans. The Rockefellers acted. The Buffetts acted. Florence Scovel Shinn acted, with words, with declarations, with unwavering faith. They didn't ask for signs. They became the sign, and so must you. You don't wait for clarity, you create it. You don't wait for perfect timing, you declare the timing. You don't wait for someone to open the door. You build the door and knock it off the hinges. If you must, because the financial world rewards movers. It does not matter how small your first step is. What matters is the direction. And once you move in alignment with your purpose, you awaken a force inside you so ancient, so electric, that it cannot be stopped. But you must begin. Now. Leadership. Not of others. Not yet. First, of yourself. Because before you can command a team, a business, an enterprise, you must command your inner world. The greatest financial dynasties were not built by followers of trends. They were led by men and women who governed their emotions, their impulses, their doubts with the discipline of a general and the fire of a prophet. You must become the ruler of your inner kingdom. You think Rockefeller didn't face chaos? He did. Crashes, lawsuits, betrayals. Yet he moved like a man with iron in his blood, unshaken, focused, strategic, because leadership is not about never falling. It's about never folding. You want wealth? Then you must become the kind of person who can hold wealth. And that begins with leadership, forged in silence, in early mornings, in choices no one applauds, but everyone eventually sees. You lead through example, through integrity, through consistency. Not the kind of consistency that comes from routine alone, but the kind that comes from identity. You don't try to be someone who saves, invests, builds. You are that person. Every choice confirms it. Every sacrifice strengthens it. Every win becomes inevitable. Let your leadership be a quiet storm. Let it speak through how you handle pressure, how you treat people when no one is watching, how you show up when it's inconvenient. The world is watching, not with its eyes, but with its outcomes. Those who lead themselves earn the right to lead others. And those who lead with courage earn the trust of capital. Because capital is trust made visible. That's what investment really is. When someone gives you their money, they are saying, I believe in your judgment more than mine. They're placing faith in your clarity, your direction, your leadership. So the question becomes, can you be trusted? Not just with money, but with momentum, with responsibility, with results. You must become your own best investment. And then, only then, can you begin to command the game of wealth creation at its highest level. Investing. Let's make something clear. Investing is not gambling. It is not guessing. It is not throwing darts at the market, hoping something sticks. It is philosophy. It is patience. It is precision. Warren Buffett once said, the stock market is a device for transferring money from the impatient to the patient. And that, right there, is your advantage. While the masses chase quick wins, you play the long game. While they panic at dips, you see discounts. While they follow hype, you follow value. Value, the eternal currency. You must train your eye to see what others miss, whether in stocks, in people, in businesses, in yourself. The ability to assess value, True, intrinsic value is one of the rarest and most powerful financial traits on earth. Learn it, study it like scripture, practice it like craft, and apply it with ruthless consistency. Because here's the truth. Every dollar you spend is a soldier. Either it fights for your future or bleeds for your distractions. Your capital must become disciplined. You don't let it sit idle. You don't blow it on status games. You send it to work. You make it your army. You command it with strategy, patience, and vision. Think like a Rockefeller. He didn't just build wealth, he compounded it. Over years, over decades. Through recessions, through attacks, through every wave of doubt. Because he saw money not as a toy, but as a tool to create freedom. Not just for himself, but for generations. You must begin to think generationally. That is the mindset of true builders. They aren't chasing dopamine. They're building dynasties. And you don't need billions to start. You need vision. You need discipline. You need to treat every dollar with the same respect you'd give a million. Because money multiplies under respect. It flees the careless. It punishes the impulsive. It vanishes from the fingers of those who do not honor its potential. But it serves those who understand it. Learn the language of capital. Learn too. Read balance sheets like poetry. Study markets like a warrior studies his enemy. Understand tax strategy like a game of chess. Because the elite play with tools the average never even knows exist. And no one is going to hand this knowledge to you. You must hunt it relentlessly, tirelessly, unapologetically. Because wealth is not for the passive. It is for the prepared. This is where resilience enters. Because even with belief, with vision, with discipline, you will fall. You will lose. You will make bad calls, miscalculate, get betrayed, face droughts. So what? Fall forward. Every empire that ever stood first bled. Every titan you admire once sat alone, defeated, unsure. But the difference was, they got back up, not once, 1,000 times. Resilience is the muscle that carries every other virtue on its back. And it is built only in the fire of adversity. Do not become resilient by reading about it. You earn it. In silence. In solitude. In the moments when no one is clapping and everything hurts, but you show up anyway. Because resilience is remembering your mission. When your mood forgets it. It is showing up when your bank account says no. When your friends don't understand. When your efforts feel invisible. Still, you rise. Because you are not doing this for applause. You are doing this for command. And command is not given. It is taken. So get up. Not once. Not twice. Every time. As long as breath fills your lungs. You fight. Because if the flame of vision still burns in your chest, then nothing is lost. And everything is possible. And when the fire flickers low, when the world feels heavy, and the mountain seems endless, return to learning. Learning is your eternal edge, because wealth evolves. Markets change. Technology shifts. Empires rise and collapse at the speed of innovation. The arrogant cling to what they know, but the wise, the truly wealthy, remain students forever. Henry Ford, who revolutionized industry with the assembly line, once said, "Anyone who stops learning is old, whether at 20 or 80. And he was right. Ford studied not just machines, but systems. He sought understanding, not just information. He didn't just ask, "How can I make cars faster?" He asked, "How can I change the world's relationship with time?" That's the difference. Never settle for shallow knowledge. Don't just consume content. Master principles. Learn from failure. Learn from history. Learn from mentors. Learn from the pain. Because every experience, if seen through the right lens, becomes instruction. Books are the minds of dead giants whispering secrets to the few willing to listen. Read them. Apply them. Outgrow them. Because learning without application is just another form of escape. And remember, the most dangerous trap in wealth building is success without wisdom. Because money amplifies who you are. It's a megaphone for your mindset. If you're reckless without money, you'll be destructive with it. If you're disciplined without wealth, you'll be unstoppable with it. So develop wisdom as you acquire wealth, so you don't lose one while chasing the other. And that wisdom must also include something deeper, something softer, but no less powerful. Gratitude. Gratitude is not weakness. It is not passive acceptance. It is not pretending everything is fine when it's not. Gratitude is power. It is the rare awareness of how far you've come and the fuel to go further. When you live in gratitude, you are not distracted by what you lack. You are energized by what you already hold. You shift from scarcity to sovereignty. You stop asking, "Why don't I have more?" and start commanding, "How do I multiply what I already have?" Florence Scovel Shinn understood this. Her teachings were rooted in the law of affirmation, the law of gratitude, the law of spoken command. She taught that wealth begins in the word. At what you declare shapes what you receive. Gratitude is a declaration that your life is already fertile ground for greatness. It keeps your spirit clean, your mind sharp, your focus pure. Because the moment you stop chasing shadows and start appreciating the substance already in your hands, your energy changes. And when your energy changes, your outcomes shift. Abundance doesn't start with accumulation. It starts with alignment. And from that alignment, something incredible happens. Adaptability awakens. Because life will never go as planned. Markets will crash. Partners will betray. Projects will fail. But the one who adapts, who bends without breaking, who reinvents without losing center, that one becomes untouchable. Adaptability is not compromise. It is evolution. It is learning the rhythm of reality and dancing with it, instead of fighting it. Think of Amazon. Think of Apple. Think of Buffett's portfolio. The reason they survive, the reason they thrive, is not because they predicted everything, but because they adjusted with excellence when the winds changed. You must become like water, shapeless, formless, but powerful enough to carve through. Stone. Let your mind be firm in principle, but flexible in strategy. Let your vision remain fixed, but your path dynamic, because destiny bends not to those who scream at the storm, but to those who move with it, who harness it, who rise through it. And now that you have belief, mindset, clarity, purpose, discipline, leadership, investment, resilience, learning, gratitude, adaptability, what do? You command. You step forward. You stop waiting for permission, for signs, for the stars to align. You speak like a leader. You walk like an owner. You act like a general of your own financial war. This is not a rehearsal. This is your life. This is your one shot at building something that outlives you. You command your time, because it's the currency of kings. You command your habits, because they are the architects of your future. You command your mind, because it is the battlefield where empires are either won or wasted. You command your money, not with fear, not with guilt, but with strategy. You are not at the mercy of circumstance. You are the source of circumstance. You are not a victim of economy. You are the engine of economy. You are not simply chasing wealth. You are becoming it. So rise. No more waiting. No more hoping. No more hiding behind doubts dressed as humility. Command your financial destiny. Now. They will never hand it to you. Not the freedom, not the wealth, not the respect, You must tear it from the jaws of indifference. You must rise before the sun, push when others pause, believe when no one sees. Because legacy is not found, it is forged in the fires of discipline, in the furnace of risk, in the silence between failure and your next move. The world is not waiting for another dreamer, but it is waiting for someone who builds. The empire you envision will not arrive by accident. No fortune ever did. Rockefeller didn't stumble into power. He hunted it with ruthless precision. Henry Ford didn't just revolutionize industry. He built a system that multiplied every second of his mind. They didn't wait for permission. They didn't ask for reassurance. They didn't bend to the doubts of lesser men, and neither will. You see, there comes a moment in every entrepreneur's life, a sacred, soul-wrenching moment, when you either shatter under the weight of your excuses or you rise. Bleeding, exhausted, defiant, you rise. Not because it's easy, but because the mission is bigger than your comfort. Because the hunger inside you has grown louder than the fear. That hunger is the seed of greatness. But it only grows when fed with belief. And belief, my friend, is not just a feeling. It is a weapon. You must believe in your vision when it's still invisible to others. You must believe in your value before anyone will pay for it. You must believe you are capable of bending reality to your will, not because it's guaranteed, but because it's necessary. The greats knew this. James Allen wrote, "You are today where your thoughts have brought you. You will be tomorrow where your thoughts take you." That's not poetry, that's architecture. Your mind is the blueprint. Your thoughts are the steel beams. Every empire begins in the invisible. Every fortune begins in the abstract, an idea, a spark, a gut feeling. But those who build twice. First in vision, then in action. Florence Scovel Shinn said, "Your word is your wand. What you speak, with faith and clarity, you shape." This is not mysticism. This is mental warfare. Because the first war every entrepreneur fights is within. The war between the voice that says you can't and the one that whispers you must. And when that whisper grows louder than the world's doubts, you become unstoppable. But belief alone is not enough. Vision is not enough. You must wield clarity like a blade. You must know exactly what you are building, not in vague wishes, but in sharp, measurable purpose. Dale Carnegie said, "An hour of planning can save you 10 hours of doing." But most people skip the planning. They rush into noise. They confuse motion with momentum. They chase 10 things and catch none, not you. You are not here to be busy. You are here to be brutally effective. You are not here to be liked. You are here to lead. You are not here to wish. You are here to will. Because clarity is not optional. It is the oxygen of execution. Without it, you drown in distraction. With it, you become a force of nature. So ask yourself right now, what am I really building? And what am I willing to endure to make it real? Because that answer will define your future more than any strategy. Vision without sacrifice is fantasy. And purpose without pain is a lie. You must marry your mission. Bleed for it. Stand by it when nothing is working. And if you do, if you keep showing up, keep thinking sharper, keep moving cleaner, something miraculous happens. You stop reacting to the world and start reshaping it. Discipline is how it begins. Discipline is not punishment. It is power in motion. It is how Ford built an empire of precision from the chaos of steel and labor. It is how Buffett compiles billions, not in sudden wins, but in compound decisions. Day after day, year after year. While others crave the thrill, the successful crave the process. Understand this. The elite do not wait to feel like it. They act. They do not negotiate with distractions. They execute. The world gives in to fatigue. The entrepreneur rewrites his limits. The world watches the clock. The builder becomes it. Discipline is the bridge between vision and manifestation. It's showing up when the world sleeps. Practicing when no one claps. Building when nothing is selling. Discipline is how you become worthy of the results you desire. Because the marketplace will never reward what you want. It rewards what you've earned. And what you've earned is forged in the dark, where no one sees, where no one praises, where most give up, but not you. Because inside, you is an iron will, dormant, maybe, but alive, waiting. You are not made for mediocrity. You were not designed for the comfort zone. You were born to lead, to solve, to serve at scale. That means acting when you're unsure, moving when the path is unclear, launching when the product isn't perfect. Action is the language of power, not hesitation, not analysis. Action. Rockefeller didn't wait for oil prices to stabilize. He bought, refined, dominated. He moved. Entrepreneurs do not wait for permission. They create the terms. They write the rules. They build the damn table if they're not invited to one. Why? Because action cures fear. It silences doubt. It breathes life into stagnant visions. And yet, action without alignment is chaos. You must lead yourself first, before you lead a team. Lead your habits, before you scale a company. Scale your discipline, before you demand excellence from the world. Demand it from your own reflection. Leadership is not charisma. It is character under pressure that is showing up when you could. Coast, standing tall when everything's falling apart. It's the calm in the storm, the voice that says, "We are not done yet." Henry Ford didn't just build cars. He built a new way to think, a new way to move. That is leadership, changing the very conditions of society through vision. And you are not just building a business. You are building a philosophy, one decision at a time. But leadership is not crowned at the moment of success. It is carved in solitude. It is shaped when you hold the line, when you fight for standards no one sees, when you chase truth over comfort. You cannot inspire others if your life is a contradiction. You cannot lead people to greatness while being enslaved to your own weaknesses. You must conquer yourself first. The empire begins inside. It begins with mastery of your time, your emotions, your decisions. Warren Buffett said it simply, "Chains of habit are too light to be felt until they are too heavy to be broken. So break them now. Break the addiction to distraction. Break the need for approval. Break the myth that you need more time. You need more focus. Because what you do consistently will one day become your identity. And your identity will become your destiny." But leadership is only part of the equation. If you are to build something that lasts, something that outlives you, you must become a master of investment, not just in markets, not just in assets, but in everything: time, energy, attention, relationships, learning. The greats didn't just make money. They compounded wisdom. Rockefeller reinvested ruthlessly into infrastructure, into efficiency, into power. Buffett didn't gamble. He waited, watched, and struck with precision. They understood what most never will. That wealth is not a sprint. It is strategy, discipline, and leverage over time. And you must learn to think the same way. Everything you do is an investment. Every hour you waste is compound interest, lost. Every decision you delay is a dividend you'll never see. Every mediocre habit you allow is a silent tax on your future. The entrepreneur's mind must become surgical, analytical, obsessed with ROI, not just of dollars, but of days. of discipline, of direction. You are not just building income. You are building indestructible wealth. Wealth that can withstand recessions. Wealth that outlasts trends. Wealth that is rooted in value. And value is only created when you solve real problems at scale with relentless excellence. But to do that, to rise through the noise, you must embrace what most. Avoid pain. Because pain is the crucible of transformation. It will test your vision. It will question your why. It will burn away your excuses and demand evidence. Evidence that you are not just playing entrepreneur, that you are not just addicted to potential, that you are, in fact, the real deal. The world doesn't need another optimist. It needs a builder with scars. And if you're bleeding, good. You've failed, good. If you've doubted yourself, good. Because that means you're in the arena. That means you're not hiding behind theory. That means you are becoming the person worthy of the empire you seek. Resilience is not toughness. It is wisdom. It is learning to bend, not break. To pivot when the market shifts. To rebuild when the storm hits. To stand when the world expects you to fall. James Allen said, "The oak sleeps in the acorn, but it only grows through storms, through droughts, through seasons of nothingness." That is you. You are the seed, buried maybe, but never broken. The storm is not your enemy. It is your forge, because when you are tested, you are tempered. Every failure, a lesson. Every setback, a sharpening. Every disappointment, a redirection toward mastery. The entrepreneur does not fear chaos. He orchestrates it. He harnesses pressure like fuel. He understands that greatness is not found in the light. It is forged in the shadows. When no one claps, when no one believes, when it's just you and your commitment. But there is one more tool, one more edge. The greats carry that few ever cultivate. Gratitude, not the soft, polite kind, but the warrior's gratitude, the kind that lets you see opportunity in the struggle, the kind that gives you peace in the process, the kind that lets you say, thank you, even for the trials, because they're making you unbreakable. Gratitude is not weakness. It is power in disguise. It centers you, grounds you. It reminds you that even as you build the empire, you are already rich, rich in time, in choice, in the fire that won't die. Rockefeller walked with gratitude for the discipline he was taught young. Ford gave thanks for every failed prototype because they carved his clarity. Buffett lives by the principle of appreciating what most overlook: time, people, purpose. And when you carry gratitude in one hand and ambition in the other, you become unstoppable. But you must stay fluid, because the game changes, markets shift, trends fade, algorithms break. What worked yesterday may kill you tomorrow. Adaptability is not optional. It is survival. You must be willing to reinvent, to outthink, to move faster and smarter than the storm. The entrepreneur is not married to a method. He is married to the mission. And missions require evolution. The dinosaurs had strength, but not adaptability. That's why they vanished. Kodak had dominance, but not vision. That's why they collapsed. The moment you stop evolving, you start dying. So study relentlessly. Test constantly. Question everything. Build a mind sharper than your competitor's will to win. Florence Scovel Shinn said, "Intuition is a spiritual faculty and does not explain, but simply points the way." You must learn to trust your edge, but sharpen it with wisdom. Because instinct without information is gambling, but instinct, fused with knowledge, is domination. The future belongs to those who think fast, act decisively, and never fall in love with their comfort zone. You must be willing to become someone entirely new, again and again. You must outgrow your past versions with ruthless urgency. That is what it means to forge your legacy. not inherit it, not wait for it, but to forge it, daily, hourly, minute by minute, decision by decision, in the fire of adversity and the light of unwavering purpose. And when the world asks, who built this? Let them see your fingerprints in every brick. Let them hear your soul in every product, every system, every dollar earned not by chance, but by design. And one day you'll look back, not with regret, but with reverence. You'll remember the days no one clocked, the nights no one saw, the mornings you got up without motivation, without momentum, without a guarantee, and moved anyway. You'll remember the sacrifice not as suffering, but as sacred. You'll see it clearly then, every sleepless night, every failed product, every ounce of doubt wasn't punishment. It was the process of becoming. You weren't just building a company. You weren't just chasing profit. You were forging your soul into steel. You were becoming a force that could no longer be ignored. You were building something that would outlast you because you chose not to quit. You chose to believe when it was irrational, to act when it was terrifying, to stand when every voice told you to sit down. You became the storm. You became the signal in the noise. You became the standard. And make no mistake, you are the standard. Not your product, not your pitch. Your mindset is your margin. Your discipline is your capital. Your execution is your equity. The world isn't investing in your idea. It's investing in your resolve. And if that resolve is bulletproof, then so is your future. So don't you dare play small. Don't you dare dull your edges to fit in with mediocrity. The crowd will never understand the intensity it takes to build what only 1% ever dare pursue. But you weren't born for the crowd. You were born for conquest. Quiet, steady, principled conquest. Over doubt, over apathy, over everything inside you that still craves comfort over calling. This is your calling. To solve, to serve, to scale. Your impact until it touches generations. Until your last name is no longer just a name, but a symbol of what's possible. That's what legacy means. It is not fame. It is not followers. It is the echo of your excellence long after you've gone. It is a child reading your story and daring to dream. It is a team still thriving on the values you taught. That is wealth not just of dollars, but of wisdom, integrity, and fire, passed down like a torch. And that fire begins now, not when you launch, not when you go viral, not when your first million arrives. It begins now, in the next choice, the next thought, the next sacrifice. You make for something bigger than your own ego. You don't need motivation. You need remembrance. Remember why you started. Remember who you said you'd become. Remember the nights you cried, the jobs you hated, the bosses who never saw your worth, the hunger that burned in you before the world knew your name. That hunger is still there. Feed it, but feed it with purpose. With conviction, with ruthless consistency. The journey is brutal, but you are not fragile. You are forged. In doubt, but unbroken. In silence, but seen by the future. In failure, but undefeated. Because every moment you choose growth over comfort, every time you take the hard road instead of the easy win, every time you act with integrity in a world drunk on shortcuts, you are writing a line in the story of your legacy. And what a story it will be. The one who started with nothing, but refused to stay there. The one who rose not by chance, but by choice, again and again. The one who didn't need applause to know they were worthy. The one who fell 7 times and stood up 8. The one who forged their legacy with Anne. Iron will. So rise. Not tomorrow. Not next quarter. Now. Because this is the moment history begins to remember your name. Not for your talent. Not for your charm. But for your decision. The decision to become the kind of entrepreneur the world only sees once in a generation, not because it was easy, but because it was yours to become, and you did. They told you to be realistic, to be humble, to lower your voice, keep your head down, follow the map someone else drew for a life they never lived. But deep inside, you've always felt it. A burning, a pulse that beats louder than logic. A vision no one else sees, yet this isn't just ambition. This is calling, because the truth is, the world doesn't need another person who conforms. It needs one who transforms, who bends the iron bars of circumstance and forges wealth not just of the pocket, but of the soul. A millionaire mindset isn't about greed. It's about growth. It's not about chasing dollars. It's about becoming the kind of person who attracts them like gravity bends light. You don't think rich to have more. You think rich to become more. Napoleon Hill once said, "Whatever the mind of man can conceive and believe, it can achieve." But the world misquotes him. They forget that belief isn't a wish. It's war. Every morning, you must fight against the virus of mediocrity, the poison of doubt. And when the voices rise in your head, telling you you're not ready, not smart enough, not born into the right family, you don't negotiate with them. You dominate them, because this is the same mind that drove Henry Ford to redefine the future of industry. He didn't inherit a kingdom. He built one. With a wrench in one hand and a vision in the other, he saw what others laughed at. He said, "Whether you think you can or you think you can't, you're right." That's not a quote. That's a commandment. The millionaire mindset begins before the money. It starts in silence, in solitude, in those 4 a.m. mornings when no one's watching and your excuses have no witnesses. It's in the discipline to sit at the table of your dreams and feast alone while others starve for approval. Warren Buffett didn't become a billionaire through flash or flare. He became one through focus, unshakable, obsessive, brutal focus. While others chased shiny things, he chased value. While others followed the crowd, he studied patterns, built frameworks, and waited for his moment. And when it came, he moved without hesitation. That is wealth built not by chance, but by conviction, not because to think rich is to believe when no one else does. To walk through failure like it's fog, thick, heavy, disorienting, but never permanent. You see, the poor mindset crumbles at the first sign of difficulty. The rich mindset, it rises. It learns, it adapts. It uses pain as currency, not as a cage. Rockefeller didn't grow up with wealth. He grew up with resolve. And with every brick he laid, every drop of oil he refined, he wasn't just building a business. He was building an empire of mindset. One thought at a time. One decision at a time. And behind every decision was a belief. I will not be average. Want to master the millionaire mindset? Then understand this. Money is not the goal. It is the reflection. A mirror of your consistency, your clarity, your courage. You don't chase it. You become the kind of person it's magnetized to. James Allen wrote, "As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. Not so he becomes, but so he is." You already are what you repeatedly think. If your thoughts are fractured, weak, filled with fear, your life will reflect it. But if your thoughts are disciplined, bold, rooted in purpose, then every action, every step, every setback becomes fuel. Your life becomes a statement, not a question. You want wealth? Then get clear, crystal clear, because clarity is power. When Florence Scovel Shinn wrote about the laws of the invisible, about how spoken words shape visible realities, she was teaching the lost art of mental precision. She wasn't whispering affirmations. She was issuing spiritual commands. And the universe? It doesn't respond to the lukewarm. It bows to the unyielding. You think the millionaires of the world got there by being passive? By sitting on the sidelines of their own potential? No. They got there because they understood the difference between a wish and a decision. And decision, true decision, is violent. It kills off all other options. It carves a path forward, even when the ground beneath you shakes. There will be days when your bank account is empty, when your friends stop believing, when your confidence cracks. But the millionaire mindset doesn't flinch, because it doesn't rely on the external. It's forged in the internal. Henry Ford went bankrupt 5 times. 5. And every time, he came back stronger. Why? Because the factory could fail, but the mindset never did. You have to think like that. Move like that. Decide like that. Not tomorrow. Now. Because wealth isn't waiting. It's watching. Watching how you talk to yourself. Watching how you spend your mornings. Watching what you prioritize when no one's looking. It sees your excuses. It sees your habits. And it will only reward one of them. The world is not short on talent. It's not short on potential. It's drowning in it. But what it is starved for, what separates the builders from the beggars, the creators from the consumers, is belief backed by relentless action. Action is the great divider. It's the forge that turns thought into gold. And not random, frantic motion, but strategic, intentional, disciplined action, day after day after day, even when the fire dims and the applause fades. You want to become rich? You must build momentum that no failure can freeze. You must act like a man possessed, like Florence Scovel Shinn said, armed with the sword of the Spirit, cutting through fear, scarcity, delay. The universe doesn't move for hesitation. It moved for certainty. Look at Carnegie. Andrew. Carnegie didn't wait for permission. He didn't sit in a room hoping someone would notice his potential. He declared it. He stepped out and claimed a future that didn't yet exist. And then he backed it with action so bold, so strategic, that an entire generation of industry bowed in recognition. He had a plan. He had mentors. And above all, he had discipline. Discipline is not a punishment. It is freedom. It's the daily sharpening of the inner sword. It's the habit of choosing the vision over the urge. Because let's be honest, most people don't fail because they don't know what to do. They fail because they refuse to do it long enough. The road to mastery isn't lined with shortcuts. It's paved with repetition, deliberate, focused, unapologetic. Millionaire mindset is built in the trenches of consistency. You get up when you don't feel like it. You study when the world tells you to scroll. You build when others binge. You invest when others consume, because you understand this one sacred law of the rich. Compound effort is more powerful than any overnight miracle. Warren Buffett didn't just wake up with billions. He became a student of time, a master of the long game. He knew that small, smart decisions, compounded daily, become mountains over decades. He didn't sprint. He stacked. While others were chasing dopamine, Buffett was reading 500 pages a day. While others were speculating, Buffett was calculating. He didn't let the noise steal his focus. He made focus his fortress. And that is what wealth responds to. Focus isn't a productivity hack. It's a spiritual discipline. You can't think like the masses and expect to live like the rare few. You can't speak poverty and live prosperity. You can't act like a spectator and expect to be crowned a king. You must lead your mind, your habits, your time. You must become the CEO of your own life, or someone else will gladly take the role. And leadership starts with purpose, not vague dreams, not surface-level goals, but deep-rooted purpose. Why do you rise in the morning? Why do you suffer, sacrifice, grind? Because without a why that sets your soul on fire, your wealth will rot before it ever takes root. Rockefeller didn't build Standard Oil just for profit. He saw a world that ran on chaos and gave it structure. He built an empire not on greed, but on order, on systems, on vision. And that's your call. To see the world not as it is, but as it could be, and then build the bridge between the two. Wake up and declare, I will be the one who ends the cycle. I will be the one who rewrites the legacy. I will be the one who lives rich in mind, in mission, in money. Because being rich isn't about cars and clothes. It's about control. It's about buying back your time, owning your choices, designing your days. It's about freedom, not just physical, but mental, emotional, spiritual. And if that doesn't stir something inside you, then you don't want wealth. You want comfort. And comfort never made kings. You must get uncomfortable. You must enter the unknown. You must look fear in the face and say, you do not run this show. I do. Because the man who walks into fear without flinching is the man who walks out untouchable. Resilience is not born in peace. It's born in fire. Every setback, every rejection, every moment of doubt, these are not signs to stop. They are the training ground for greatness. James Allen knew this. He wrote of the soul as a garden and thoughts as seeds. He knew that pain was part of the pruning. You don't grow strong by avoiding storms. You grow strong by learning how to stand in the rain and build anyway. This is your storm. This is your test. Will you fold or will you forge? The millionaire mindset isn't an inheritance. It's a choice. Every single day, to think rich, to act rich, to become rich not just in wealth, but in character, in courage, in conviction. You must make that choice again and again until your life becomes a reflection of everything you once imagined, not because it was handed to you, but because you became the one who could hold it. You want to live like few can? Then you must think like few do, because every empire ever built began not with gold, but with vision, a vision so clear, so undeniable, it bent reality around it. You must become the architect of your future, not the tenant of your past, the man who built the steel rails across continents, the woman who shattered the limits of her generation, the thinker who turned ideas into industries. They all started with a vision. And that vision wasn't born in convenience. It was born in crisis, in rejection, in nights when everything inside them screamed, quit, but something louder answered, keep building. If your vision doesn't scare you, stretch you, or demand the death of your old self, it's not big enough. The world will try to shrink your vision to fit its fears. But the millionaire mindset demands the opposite. You expand your belief until your life has no choice but to rise to it. That's what Florence Scovel Shinn meant when she said, your word is your wand, not a metaphor, a tool of creation. What you speak, you summon. What you declare with belief becomes law in the invisible. You want to be rich? Then watch your words like a surgeon handles a blade. No more, I hope. No more, I'll try. No more, one day. You say, it is done. And then you act as if it already is, because this mindset doesn't tolerate contradiction. You can't think abundance and walk in fear. You can't say, I'm building wealth, and keep sabotaging yourself with every unaligned habit. The truth? You don't get what you want. You get what you tolerate. And most people tolerate mediocrity. They tolerate laziness. They tolerate environments that drain them, relationships that limit them, habits that betray them. And then they wonder why they can't break through. Your breakthrough will not come until you raise your standard, not your goals, your minimums. The millionaire mindset is not about peak moments. It's about raising the floor. You stop allowing yourself to skip the gym. You stop letting your mornings slip into chaos. You stop saying yes when your soul screams no, because every compromise is a crack in the foundation. And no empire stands long on cracks. Rockefeller knew this. He lived with meticulous intention. He knew where every dollar went, every deal was aligned, every step forward calculated. He wasn't lucky, he was laser-focused, because purpose without structure is just noise. The wealthy don't stumble into power. They build routines that reinforce it. They live by ritual, by rhythm, by relentless execution. You want to be rich? Then turn your discipline into a religion. Wake up before the sun. Protect your time like it's gold, because it is. Feed your mind with books that stretch you. Cut conversations that shrink you. Move with precision. Think with clarity. And act with urgency. Because every day you delay, you trade your potential for comfort. And comfort is the slowest poison. Ask yourself, what are you building today that your future self will thank you for? What pain are you willing to endure to become the kind of person who can hold wealth, not just earn it? Because wealth without wisdom destroys. That's why so many who win the lottery end up broke. They gained the riches, but not the identity. Must become worthy of the reward before the reward arrives. And worthiness isn't gifted. It's earned in silence, in sacrifice, in the daily choice to do the uncommon thing. You want to be a millionaire? Then outlast the weak, outwork the average, outbelieve the doubters. The world will call you obsessed. Good, be obsessed. Be fixated, be possessed with purpose. Because obsession is what focus feels like when you truly commit. When Dale Carnegie taught how to win people, he wasn't just teaching charisma, he was teaching value creation. He knew that relationships were the true capital of empires. That every handshake, every word, every conversation was either a deposit or a withdrawal in the bank of trust. And if you want wealth that lasts, you must build it on value, not scams, not shortcuts. Service. What do you bring to the table that solves real problems? What pain can you remove? What need can you meet? The money you earn is in direct proportion to the problems you solve and the value you deliver consistently, excellently, and at scale. That's what Ford understood. He didn't just make cars, he made freedom. He made time. He made opportunity for millions of people to move physically, financially, emotionally. And he did it with one innovation: the assembly line, a system, a structure, a repeatable machine of wealth. You must think the same way. Your mindset is the engine. Your habits are the gears. Your discipline is the oil. And your vision? That's the fuel. The average person wants better results. The millionaire builds better systems. Because he knows, if I build the machine right, the result takes care of itself. And once the machine is built, once the gears turn with precision and the vision drives every bolt, every breath, every decision, you don't stop. You scale. You optimize. You innovate. You expand like fire catching wind, because the millionaire mindset doesn't stop at personal success. It moves from self-mastery to market mastery. It shifts from building wealth for one to building wealth ecosystems, empires, legacies, movements that outlive the man. This is where most break. They reach a milestone and settle. But settling is the enemy of greatness. You weren't born for a taste. You were born to feast. Not to touch the peak once in retreat, but to build a castle on top of it. That's the level of thinking required to truly own the title. Builder of wealth, not a collector of cash, not a hustler for likes, but a strategist, an architect, a visionary, who engineers generational momentum. You want legacy money? You need legacy thinking. Warren Buffett doesn't invest for quarterly gains. He invests for dynasties. He looks at businesses like ecosystems resilient, redundant, sustainable. He doesn't ask, what's hot now? He asks, what will? still be essential when the noise fades? That's the question the millionaire mind must master. What am I building that outlives the trends? Because when the crowd chases waves, the wealthy build ships. Ships that carry value across generations. Ships that survive recessions. Ships that own the ocean, not just one wave. This is where investment comes in. Not just of money, but of attention, energy, and relationships. You must learn the laws of leverage. How to multiply your impact through people, capital, systems, media. Rockefeller didn't drill every well himself. He built the infrastructure. He owned the refineries, the railroads, the distribution. He didn't sell oil, he controlled it. The millionaire mind doesn't think in terms of jobs. It thinks in terms of ownership. Do you own your income? Do you own your brand? Do you own the equity you're sweating for? If not, you're a tenant in your own life, and that must end. Ownership is the foundation of freedom. You must move from labor to leverage, from being the machine to owning the machine. That's where the exponential lives. That's how wealth scales without killing the creator. Most people burn out because they never transition. They grind, they hustle, they sacrifice, but they never build the systems that allow their wealth to breathe without their sweat. And what's the point of riches if you've got no time to live them? The ultimate flex isn't a Lamborghini. It's leisure on your terms. It's knowing that your systems earn while you sleep, grow while you rest, expand while you live. That's true wealth. But to get there, you must kill the need to control every piece. You must trust your vision enough to delegate, to automate, to step back and scale up. That's the power of a millionaire mind. It doesn't just hustle, it engineers. It doesn't just build, it multiplies. And that multiplication is fueled by one core power: adaptability. Because no empire survives the future by clinging to the past. Markets change. Models evolve. Technology disrupts. And if you're rigid, you will shatter. The wealthy don't resist change, they ride it. They study it. They anticipate it. They profit from it. Henry Ford didn't build cars because horses were broken. He built cars because he saw where the world was going. Buffett didn't invest in Coca-Cola because of sugar. He invested because of distribution, branding, global consistency. They saw what others didn't. And more importantly, they acted when others hesitated. The millionaire mind sees winter coming and starts buying seeds. While others panic, it plants. While others retreat, it retools. Because adaptability isn't weakness, it's intelligence. It's survival. It's the secret weapon of every dynasty. You don't survive by being the strongest. You survive by being the most responsive, the most aligned with what's next, the most able to shift without losing the mission. That's why your identity can't be tied to one method, one industry, one path. It must be tied to your vision, your principles, your why. The vehicle may change, the terrain may shift, but the destination remains unchanged. And that's the ultimate power of the millionaire mindset. It's not fragile. It's not addicted to conditions. It doesn't break when things get hard. It adapts. It adjusts. It evolves. And most importantly, it endures. Endurance is not just survival. Endurance is domination over time. It's what separates the fleeting from the timeless, the hustlers from the legends. Because anybody can rise when the winds are fair. But the millionaire mindset is forged in storms. It is built in the unseen hours, in the silence between breakthroughs, in the grind after the applause dies and no one's watching, but your future self asking, did you earn this day? That's the weight. That's the burden of those destined for greatness. And that is why so few rise. Not because they lack the tools, but because they lack the fortitude to keep swinging when the dream looks impossible. Listen to me, there will be days when the goal feels 1,000 lifetimes away. When doubt whispers like a snake in your ear, you're wasting your time. There's an easier way. Maybe you're not cut out for this. And in those moments, you don't need more motivation. You need resolve. You need the kind of unbreakable commitment that says, I will not betray my destiny for temporary comfort. You need to look at your fear and say, you do not own me. You need to stand in front of the mirror and see not what you are, but what you're becoming, a creator, a commander of wealth, a master of fate. Because this journey is not about dollars. It's not about status. It's about power. Not power over others, but power over your own limitations. Over your mind, your habits, your patterns, your demons. James Allen said, you are today where your thoughts have brought you. You will be tomorrow where your thoughts take you. So where are you taking yourself? Are you feeding your mind with clarity or clutter? Are you building habits of excellence or cycles of escape? Are you aligning your daily actions with the empire you dream about, or just pretending? There's no such thing as kind of committed. You're either in or in the way. The millionaire mindset demands full surrender to discipline, to focus, to a purpose larger than your ego. It demands you rise before comfort, speak before doubt, act before certainty, because clarity doesn't precede action, it follows it. And if you're waiting for perfect conditions to begin, you've already lost. The greats didn't start because they were ready. They started because they were called. And that calling didn't sound like thunder. It whispered. In moments of stillness, in nights of anxiety, in quiet truths that would not die. And they answered. Now it's your turn. You want to think rich? Then you must strip away every belief that keeps you small. Every inherited thought that says you can't. Every fear dressed as logic. Every excuse polished into reason. You must declare war on mediocrity, on hesitation, on procrastination masquerading as perfectionism. You must move. And when you move, move with fire. Let your actions be loud. Let your standards be fierce. Let your days become monuments to your future. Because the world does not give wealth, it yields it. To those who refuse to be denied, to those who walk like giants long before the bank account catches up. To those who invest like kings while they still feel like pawns. To those who serve like titans while the world still calls them nobodies. To those who think rich and become rich. This is your moment, not tomorrow, not someday. Now. This is where the old you dies, where the average fades, where the ordinary surrenders, and the extraordinary awakens. So go, build, create, become, master the millionaire mindset. Think rich, become rich, and never look back. The stock market is designed to make you anxious, impatient, and poor. It transfers money from those who act to those who think. So what if you could use the single most important rule from the world's greatest investor to flip that script? Warren Buffett has hundreds of quotes, but his entire multi-billion-dollar empire is built on one simple two-part rule. Understanding it is the difference between gambling and investing. In the next few minutes, I'm going to reveal that rule and show you exactly how to apply it to your own financial life. Master your money, master your life. It's a phrase that echoes with possibility, a promise whispered on the winds of ambition. But it's more than just a catchy slogan, more than a superficial affirmation to plaster on your mirror. It's a fundamental truth, a cornerstone upon which you can build a life of purpose, freedom, and impact. We often hear about the pursuit of happiness, the chase for fulfillment. But how often do we truly understand the indispensable role that financial mastery plays in that equation? It's not about greed. It's not about accumulating wealth for the sake of it. It's about unlocking your potential, about liberating yourself from the shackles of financial anxiety, and about creating a life where you are the architect, not the victim of your circumstances. Think for a moment about the things that truly matter to you. Is it spending more time with your loved ones? Is it pursuing your passions, whether they be artistic, intellectual, or adventurous? Is it contributing to a cause you believe in, leaving the world a little better than you found it? All of these aspirations, all of these noble desires are, in some way, intertwined with your financial well-being. Because when you're constantly struggling to make ends meet, when you're trapped in a cycle of debt and worry, it becomes incredibly difficult to focus on anything else. Your energy is drained, your creativity is stifled, and your potential remains untapped. The great thinkers and achievers throughout history understood this connection. They recognized that financial independence wasn't just about having money. It was about having the freedom to choose, the freedom to create, the freedom to live life on their own terms. Consider Benjamin Franklin, a man who embodied the spirit of self-reliance and ingenuity. He wasn't just a statesman or a scientist. He was also a shrewd businessman who understood the importance of saving, investing, and creating multiple streams of income. His Poor Richard's Almanac, filled with practical advice on frugality and industry, became a guide for generations seeking to improve their financial lives. Or take Andrew Carnegie, the steel magnate who rose from humble beginnings to become one of the wealthiest men in the world. Carnegie didn't just amass wealth. He used it to fund libraries, universities, and other philanthropic endeavors, leaving a lasting legacy that continues to benefit society today. He understood that true wealth wasn't just about accumulating money. It was about using it to create a positive impact on the world. He wrote extensively on the importance of personal development, hard work, and the power of positive thinking, principles that are as relevant today as they were a century ago. And then there's John D. Rockefeller, the titan of the oil industry, a man whose name became synonymous with both immense wealth and ruthless ambition. While his business practices were often controversial, there's no denying his financial acumen and his ability to build an empire from the ground up. He understood the power of strategic investment, the importance of controlling costs, and the necessity of staying ahead of the curve. He also understood the importance of giving back, eventually donating vast sums of money to charitable causes through the Rockefeller Foundation. These are just a few examples of individuals who understood the power of mastering their money and using it to master their lives. But their stories aren't just historical anecdotes. They're living lessons that can guide us on our own journeys to financial freedom. The principles they espoused, the strategies they employed, are timeless and universal. They can be applied to any situation, regardless of your current circumstances. Now, let's dive into the practical steps you can take to master your money and transform your life. The first step, and perhaps the most crucial, is to develop a clear understanding of your current financial situation. This means taking a hard, honest look at your income, your expenses, your debts, and your assets. It's about confronting reality, no matter how uncomfortable it may be. Many people avoid this step because they're afraid of what they might find. They'd rather bury their heads in the sand and hope that things will magically improve. But that's a recipe for disaster. You can't solve a problem you don't acknowledge. So, start by creating a detailed budget. Track your income and expenses for a month or two to get a clear picture of where your money is going. You might be surprised to discover how much you're spending on things you don't really need or value. Once you have a budget, you can start identifying areas where you can cut back. This doesn't mean depriving yourself of everything you enjoy. It simply means being more mindful of your spending and making conscious choices about where you allocate your resources. Next, tackle your debt. Debt is like a weight that holds you back from achieving your financial goals. It drains your income, limits your options, and creates unnecessary stress. There are various strategies for paying off debt, such as the debt snowball method, paying off the smallest debts first, or the debt avalanche method, paying off the debts with the highest interest rates first. Choose the method that works best for you and commit to it. The important thing is to make progress, even if it's slow and steady. Every dollar you pay off is a victory, a step closer to financial freedom. Once you've gotten your spending and debt under control, it's time to start building your savings. Savings are your safety net, your emergency fund, your foundation for future investments. Aim to save at least 3 to 6 months' worth of living expenses in a readily accessible account. This will give you a cushion to fall back on in case of unexpected job loss, medical expenses, or other emergencies. After you've built your emergency fund, you can start investing. Investing is the key to long-term financial growth. It's how you make your money work for you, rather than the other way around. There are many different investment options available, such as stocks, bonds, mutual funds, and real estate. The best option for you will depend on your risk tolerance, your investment goals, and your time horizon. It's important to do your research and understand the risks involved before investing in anything. Warren Buffett, the legendary investor, often emphasizes the importance of investing in what you know. He advises people to stick to industries and companies they understand, rather than chasing after the latest hot stock. He also stresses the importance of long-term investing, holding on to quality investments for years or even decades. Buffett's philosophy is simple but powerful. Invest in good companies, hold them for the long term, and let compounding do its magic. Compounding is one of the most powerful forces in the universe. As Einstein famously said, it's the process of earning interest on your interest, creating a snowball effect that can dramatically increase your wealth over time. The earlier you start investing, the more time compounding has to work its magic. Even small amounts invested consistently over long periods can grow into substantial sums. But mastering your money is not just about acquiring financial knowledge and implementing practical strategies. It's also about cultivating the right mindset. Your mindset is the lens through which you view the world, the filter that shapes your thoughts, beliefs, and actions. If you have a negative or limiting mindset about money, it will be difficult to achieve financial success, no matter how much knowledge you acquire. Many people have deeply ingrained beliefs about money that sabotage their efforts. They may believe that they're not good with money, that they don't deserve to be wealthy, or that money is the root of all evil. These beliefs are often subconscious, but they can have a powerful impact on your financial behavior. Napoleon Hill, in his classic book, Think and Grow Rich, emphasized the importance of developing a burning desire for success. He argued that desire is the starting point of all achievement. It's the fuel that drives you to overcome obstacles, to persevere through setbacks, and to ultimately achieve your goals. Hill also stressed the importance of visualization, the practice of mentally rehearsing your success. By vividly imagining yourself achieving your financial goals, you can program your subconscious mind to work towards them. Hill's principles are based on the idea that your thoughts become your reality. If you consistently think positive thoughts about money and success, you're more likely to attract those things into your life. Conversely, if you constantly dwell on negative thoughts about money and lack, you're more likely to experience those things. It's important to challenge your limiting beliefs about money and replace them with empowering beliefs. Start by identifying the negative thoughts you have about money. What do you tell yourself about your ability to earn, save, and invest? Once you've identified these thoughts, ask yourself if they're really true. Are they based on facts or just on assumptions and fears? Then, reframe those negative thoughts into positive affirmations. For example, instead of thinking, "I'm not good with money," you can affirm, "I am capable of learning how to manage my money effectively." Instead of thinking, "I don't deserve to be wealthy," you can affirm, "I am worthy of financial abundance." Repeat these affirmations daily, visualizing yourself achieving your financial goals. The more you practice this, the more your subconscious mind will begin to accept these beliefs as truth. And as your beliefs change, your behavior will change as well. You'll start making more conscious choices about your spending, your saving, and your investing. Mastering your money is also about developing good financial habits. Habits are the automatic behaviors that we perform without thinking. They can be either beneficial or detrimental to our financial well-being. Good financial habits include tracking your spending, paying your bills on time, saving regularly, and investing wisely. Bad financial habits include overspending, accumulating debt, neglecting your savings, and making impulsive purchases. The key to developing good financial habits is to start small and be consistent. Don't try to change everything at once. Focus on one or two habits at a time and make them a part of your daily routine. For example, you could start by tracking your spending for just 15 minutes each day. Or you could set up automatic transfers from your checking account to your savings account each month. As you develop these good habits, they'll become easier and easier to maintain. Eventually, they'll become second nature and you'll be able to manage your money effortlessly. Another important aspect of mastering your money is to continuously learn and grow. The world of finance is constantly evolving, so it's important to stay informed about the latest trends, strategies, and opportunities. Read books, articles, and blogs about personal finance, investing, and entrepreneurship. Attend seminars, workshops, and webinars on financial topics. Network with other people who are interested in financial success. The more you learn, the more confident you'll become in your ability to manage your money effectively. You'll also be better equipped to make informed decisions about your investments and your financial future. But mastering your money isn't just about personal gain. It's also about using your financial resources to create a positive impact on the world. As you accumulate wealth, you have the opportunity to support causes you believe in, to help those in need, and to leave a lasting legacy. Philanthropy is an integral part of financial mastery. It's about recognizing that wealth is not just about personal enrichment. It's also about social responsibility. When you give back to your community, you're not just helping others, you're also enriching your own life. Studies have shown that giving back can increase happiness, reduce stress, and improve overall well-being. There are many different ways to give back, from donating to charities, to volunteering your time, to starting your own foundation. Choose the methods that resonate with you and align with your values. The important thing is to make giving back a regular part of your financial life. Mastering your money is not a destination. It's a journey. It's a lifelong process of learning, growing, and evolving. There will be ups and downs along the way, successes and setbacks. But if you stay committed to your goals, if you remain disciplined in your habits, and if you maintain a positive mindset, you can achieve financial freedom and create a life of purpose, abundance, and impact. Don't let fear or doubt hold you back. Don't let limiting beliefs or negative habits sabotage your efforts. Embrace the challenge, embrace the opportunity, and embrace the power of mastering your money. Remember, you have the potential to achieve extraordinary things. You have the ability to transform your financial life and create a future that is filled with possibility. All you need is the knowledge, the discipline, and the mindset to make it happen. So, take control of your finances today. Start building a brighter future for yourself and for generations to come. Master your money, master your life. The journey awaits. Think about the stories of those who overcame seemingly insurmountable odds. Consider the entrepreneur who started with nothing but an idea and built a multi-million-dollar company. Reflect on the individual who escaped poverty through hard work, dedication, and smart financial decisions. These stories are not just inspiring, they are proof that anything is possible. They are evidence that you, too, can achieve financial success, regardless of your current circumstances. The key is to believe in yourself, to believe in your potential, and to never give up on your dreams. There will be times when you feel discouraged, when you feel like you're not making progress. But it's during those times that you need to dig deep, to draw on your inner strength, and to keep moving forward. Remember why you started. Remember the goals you set for yourself. Remember the people you want to help. Let those motivations fuel your determination and guide you through the challenges. Mastering your money is not just about accumulating wealth. It's about creating freedom. It's about having the freedom to choose your own path, to pursue your passions, and to live life on your own terms. When you're financially free, you're not beholden to anyone. You're not trapped in a job you hate. You're not constantly worrying about making ends meet. You have the freedom to travel the world, to spend time with your loved ones, to contribute to your community, and to pursue your dreams. You have the freedom to live a life that is truly meaningful and fulfilling. And that freedom is worth fighting for. It's worth sacrificing for. It's worth dedicating yourself to. Because when you achieve financial freedom, you unlock a whole new level of possibility. You open doors to experiences, opportunities, and relationships that you never thought possible. So, don't settle for mediocrity. Don't let yourself be defined by your current circumstances. Strive for financial freedom and create a life that is truly extraordinary. Imagine the impact you could have on the world if you were financially free. Imagine the businesses you could start, the charities you could support, the lives you could change. When you master your money, you become a force for good in the world. You have the resources to make a difference, to address pressing social issues, and to create a more just and equitable society. Don't underestimate the power of your financial resources. They can be used to create positive change on a local, national, or even global scale. So, embrace your responsibility to use your wealth wisely and to give back to the world. Let your financial success be a catalyst for positive change. Mastering your money is not just about personal success. It's about leaving a lasting legacy. It's about creating something that will endure long after you're gone. Think about the great philanthropists throughout history, the individuals who use their wealth to fund libraries, universities, and other institutions that continue to benefit society today. Think about the entrepreneurs who created innovative products and services that transformed the way we live. These individuals left a lasting legacy by using their financial resources to create something of lasting value. You, too, can leave a legacy that will inspire and benefit future generations. You can do this by supporting causes you believe in, by creating innovative businesses, or by passing on your wealth and wisdom to your children and grandchildren. The possibilities are endless. The key is to start thinking about your legacy now and to make conscious choices about how you want to be remembered. What impact do you want to have on the world? What values do you want to pass on to future generations? When you master your money, you have the power to shape your legacy and to create a lasting impact on the world. Mastering your money is a journey that requires dedication, discipline, and a willingness to learn and grow. It's not a quick fix or a get-rich-quick scheme. It's a long-term commitment to building a solid financial foundation and creating a life of purpose, freedom, and impact. But the rewards are well worth the effort. When you master your money, you unlock a whole new level of possibility. You gain control over your life, you achieve financial freedom, and you create a lasting legacy. So start your journey today. Take the first step towards mastering your money and transforming your life. Believe in yourself, believe in your potential, and never give up on your dreams. The world needs your talents, your ideas, and your leadership. And mastering your money is the key to unlocking your full potential and making a positive impact on the world. Don't wait any longer. The time to start is now. Master your money. Master your life. The future is waiting. Let the wisdom of Warren Buffett guide your investment strategies, reminding you to be patient, to invest in what you understand, and to focus on long-term value. Let the principles of Napoleon Hill inspire your mindset, empowering you to believe in yourself, to visualize your success, and to cultivate a burning desire for achievement. Combine these two powerful forces, financial intelligence and a success-oriented mindset, and you will be unstoppable. You will have the tools and the motivation to overcome any obstacle, to achieve any goal, and to create a life that is truly extraordinary. Remember, mastering your money is not just about accumulating wealth. It's about creating a life of freedom, purpose, and impact. It's about becoming the best version of yourself and leaving a lasting legacy on the world. So, embrace the challenge, embrace the opportunity, and embrace the power of mastering your money. The journey awaits. Go now and create the life you are meant to live. It demands constant vigilance, a commitment to continuous learning, and an unwavering belief in your own abilities. But imagine the possibilities that unfold when you finally seize control of your financial destiny. Picture yourself unshackled from the anxieties of debt, free to pursue your passions without the constant weight of financial worry. Envision the impact you can have on the world, the lives you can touch, when you have the resources to give back generously. This is the promise of mastering your money. This is the life that awaits you. The path won't always be easy. There will be setbacks, moments of doubt, and temptations to stray from your chosen course. The allure of instant gratification, the pressure to keep up with the Joneses, and the constant barrage of marketing messages designed to separate you from your money will all test your resolve. But it is in these moments of challenge that your commitment to financial mastery will be truly forged. It is through overcoming these obstacles that you will develop the resilience and discipline needed to achieve lasting success. Think of the challenges as opportunities in disguise. Each setback is a lesson learned, a chance to refine your strategies and to emerge stronger and wiser than before. Embrace these challenges, learn from them, and use them as stepping stones on your journey to financial freedom. Remember that consistency is key. Small, incremental improvements made consistently over time will yield far greater results than sporadic bursts of intense effort. It's like the drip of water that eventually wears down the stone. Focus on making small, positive changes to your financial habits each day and over time. These changes will compound into significant results. Pay attention to the subtle nuances of your spending habits. Are you making conscious choices about where your money goes? Or are you simply reacting to impulses and external pressures? Are you spending money on things that truly bring you joy and fulfillment? Or are you simply trying to fill a void with material possessions? Cultivate a mindful approach to spending. Before making a purchase, ask yourself if it's truly necessary, if it aligns with your values, and if it will contribute to your overall well-being. Delay gratification, resist impulsive buys, and focus on investing in experiences and relationships. That will enrich your life in the long run. Seek out mentors and role models who have achieved financial success. Learn from their experiences, emulate their strategies, and draw inspiration from their journeys. Surround yourself with people who support your goals and encourage you to strive for excellence. But remember that success is not a solitary pursuit. Give back to your community, support those in need, and use your financial resources to make a positive impact on the world. True wealth is not measured in dollars and cents, but in the lives you touch and the difference you make. Never stop learning. The world of finance is constantly evolving, So it's essential to stay informed about the latest trends, strategies, and opportunities. Read books, attend seminars, and network with other financially savvy individuals. The more you learn, the more confident you will become in your ability to manage your money effectively. And don't be afraid to seek professional advice when needed. A financial advisor can provide valuable guidance on investment strategies, retirement planning, and other complex financial matters. Choose an advisor who is trustworthy, knowledgeable, and aligned with your values. Remember that financial mastery is not just about accumulating wealth. It's about creating a life of freedom, purpose, and impact. It's about becoming the architect of your own destiny and living life on your own terms. Imagine waking up each day with a sense of purpose and excitement, knowing that you have the financial resources to pursue your passions, to support your loved ones, and to make a positive difference in the world. Imagine the peace of mind that comes from knowing that you are financially secure and that you have the resources to weather any storm. This is the promise of mastering your money. This is the life that awaits you. It's not a pipe dream or a fantasy. It's a tangible goal that you can achieve with dedication, discipline, and an unwavering belief in your own abilities. Start today. Take the first step on your journey to financial freedom. Create a budget, pay down your debt, save diligently, and invest wisely. Cultivate a positive mindset, develop good financial habits, and never stop learning. And remember, you are not alone. There are countless resources available to help you on your journey. Seek out mentors, join online communities, and connect with other financially savvy individuals. Together, you can support each other, share knowledge, and celebrate each other's successes. The power to transform your financial life is within you. Embrace it, harness it, and use it to create a future that is filled with possibility. Master your money, master your life. The world is waiting for you to unleash your full potential. Think beyond the immediate gratification of spending. Consider the long-term implications of your financial choices. Every dollar you save is a seed planted for future growth. Every investment you make is a step towards financial independence. Visualize your future self, living the life you desire. What does it look like? What are you doing? Who are you with? Let this vision fuel your motivation and guide your actions. Remember that financial success is not just about accumulating wealth. It's about creating a life that is aligned with your values and your passions. It's about using your resources to make a positive impact on the world and to leave a lasting legacy. Don't be afraid to take risks, but always be mindful and calculated in your approach. Research your investments, understand the potential downsides, and never put all your eggs in one basket. Diversification is key to protecting your wealth and minimizing your risk. Cultivate a spirit of generosity. Give back to your community, support causes you believe in, and help those in need. The act of giving not only benefits others, but also enriches your own life and brings a sense of fulfillment. Surround yourself with positive influences. Limit your exposure to negative news and toxic relationships. Seek out mentors, coaches, and friends who will support your goals and encourage you to strive for excellence. Celebrate your successes, no matter how small. Acknowledge your progress and reward yourself for your achievements. This will help you stay motivated and maintain a positive attitude. Learn from your mistakes. Everyone makes financial errors from time to time. The key is to learn from these mistakes and use them as opportunities for growth. Don't dwell on the past. Focus on the future and make better choices moving forward. Stay disciplined. Financial success requires consistent effort and a commitment to long-term goals. Resist the temptation to stray from your plan and stay focused on your objectives. Be patient. Building wealth takes time. Don't expect to get rich overnight. Focus on making steady progress and trust that your efforts will eventually pay off. Believe in yourself. You have the potential to achieve extraordinary things. Believe in your ability to master your money and create a life that is truly remarkable. Remember the power of compounding. Even small amounts of money invested consistently over time can grow into substantial sums. The earlier you start investing, the more time compounding has to work its magic. Don't let fear hold you back. Fear of failure, fear of the unknown, fear of taking risks. These are all common obstacles that can prevent you from achieving your financial goals. Acknowledge your fears, but don't let them control you. Take calculated risks, step outside your comfort zone, and embrace the challenges that come your way. Continuously educate yourself. The world of finance is constantly evolving, so it's essential to stay informed about the latest trends, strategies, and opportunities. Read books, attend seminars, and network with other financially savvy individuals. Seek professional guidance when needed. A financial advisor can provide valuable insights and help you develop a personalized financial plan. Choose an advisor who is trustworthy, knowledgeable, and aligned with your values. Remember that financial success is not just about accumulating wealth. It's about creating a life of freedom, purpose, and impact. It's about using your resources to make a positive difference in the world and to leave a lasting legacy. Imagine the possibilities that unfold when you finally seize control of your financial destiny. Picture yourself unshackled from the anxieties of debt, free to pursue your passions without the constant weight of financial worry. Envision the impact you can have on the world, the lives you can touch when you have the resources to give back generously. This is the promise of mastering your money. This is the life that awaits you. It's not a pipe dream or a fantasy. It's a tangible goal that you can achieve with dedication, discipline, and an unwavering belief in your own abilities. Start today. Take the first step on your journey to financial freedom. Create a budget, pay down your debt, save diligently, and invest wisely. Cultivate a positive mindset, develop good financial habits, and never stop learning. And remember, you are not alone. There are countless resources available to help you on your journey. Seek out mentors, join online communities, and connect with other financially savvy individuals. Together, you can support each other, share knowledge, and celebrate each other's successes. The power to transform your financial life is within you. Embrace it, harness it, and use it to create a future that is filled with possibility. Master your money. Master your life. The world is waiting for you to unleash your full potential. Your future self is waiting for you to act. Don't disappoint them. Don't delay your dreams. Start now with purpose and conviction. The rewards are immeasurable and the possibilities are endless. Seize the day. The journey to financial mastery is not a sprint, it's a marathon. It requires perseverance, resilience, and an unwavering commitment to your long-term goals. There will be times when you feel like giving up, when you encounter setbacks and challenges that seem insurmountable. But it is in these moments that your true character will be revealed. It is in these moments that you will have the opportunity to demonstrate your strength, your determination, and your unwavering belief in yourself. Remember that setbacks are inevitable. They are a part of life, and they are a part of the journey to financial success. The key is not to avoid setbacks, but to learn from them and to use them as opportunities for growth. When you encounter a setback, take a step back, analyze what went wrong, and identify the lessons you can learn. Then, use those lessons to refine your strategies and to move forward with renewed determination. Don't let setbacks define you. Don't let them discourage you. Let them empower you to become stronger, wiser, and more resilient. Remember that every successful person has faced setbacks along the way. The difference between those who succeed and those who fail is that those who succeed refuse to give up. They persevere through the challenges, they learn from their mistakes, and they continue to move forward towards their goals. So when you encounter a setback, don't despair, don't lose hope. Remember that you are capable of overcoming any challenge that comes your way. Believe in yourself, trust in your abilities, and never give up on your dreams. Financial mastery is not just about accumulating wealth. It's about creating a life of freedom, purpose, and impact. It's about becoming the best version of yourself and leaving a lasting legacy on the world. It's about using your financial resources to make a positive difference in the lives of others and to create a more just and equitable society. Think about the impact you could have on the world if you are financially free. Imagine the businesses you could start, the charities you could support, the lives you could change. When you master your money, you become a force for good in the world. You have the resources to make a difference, to address pressing social issues, and to create a more just and equitable society. Don't underestimate the power of your financial resources. They can be used to create positive change on a local, national, or even global scale. So, embrace your responsibility to use your wealth wisely and to give back to the world. Let your financial success be a catalyst for positive change. Financial mastery is a journey that requires constant learning and growth. The world of finance is constantly evolving, so it's important to stay informed about the latest trends, strategies, and opportunities. Read books, articles, and blogs about personal finance, investing, and entrepreneurship. Attend seminars, workshops, and webinars on financial topics. Network with other people who are interested in financial success. The more you learn, the more confident you'll become in your ability to manage your money effectively. You'll also be better equipped to make informed decisions about your investments and your financial future. Don't be afraid to ask for help. There are many resources available to help you on your journey to financial mastery. Seek out mentors, coaches, and financial advisors who can provide guidance and support. Join online communities and connect with other financially savvy individuals. Remember that you are not alone. There are countless people who are on the same journey as you. By connecting with others, you can share knowledge, exchange ideas, and support each other on your path to financial freedom. Financial mastery is a skill that can be learned and developed. It's not something that you're born with. It's something that you acquire through education, experience, and practice. Anyone can master their money, regardless of their background, their income, or their current financial situation. The key is to start with the right mindset. Believe that you are capable of achieving financial success. Believe that you deserve to be wealthy. And believe that you have the power to transform your financial life. Once you have the right mindset, you can start taking action. Create a budget. Pay down your debt. Save diligently. And invest wisely. Develop good financial habits and stick to them. Continuously learn and grow. And never give up on your dreams. Financial mastery is a journey that will challenge you, inspire you, and ultimately transform you. It's a journey that will lead you to a life of freedom, purpose, and impact. It's a journey that is worth taking. So, embrace the challenge, embrace the opportunity, and embrace the power of mastering your money. The journey awaits. Go now and create the life you are meant to live. Remember the power within you. You possess the inherent ability to understand, manage, and grow your financial resources. Don't let societal narratives or past experiences convince you otherwise. You are capable of mastering your money. Believe in your capacity to learn. Financial literacy is not a mystical art reserved for the elite. It's a set of skills that can be acquired through diligent study and practice. Approach the subject with curiosity and a willingness to embrace new knowledge. Visualize your financial success. Imagine yourself living debt-free, confidently investing, and generously giving back to your community. This mental rehearsal will strengthen your resolve and keep you focused on your goals. Develop a strong work ethic. Financial success often requires hard work, dedication, and a willingness to go the extra mile. Embrace the challenges, persevere through the obstacles, and celebrate your accomplishments along the way. Surround yourself with positive influences. Seek out mentors, coaches, and friends who will support your financial aspirations and encourage you to stay on track. Limit your exposure to negativity and distractions that could derail your progress. Cultivate a grateful attitude. Appreciate what you have, even as you strive for more. Gratitude will help you maintain a positive perspective and attract abundance into your life. Embrace calculated risk-taking. While it's important to be cautious and informed, don't be afraid to take calculated risks that could lead to significant financial rewards. Learn to assess the potential benefits and drawbacks of each opportunity and make decisions that align with your long-term goals. Continuously refine your strategies. The financial landscape is constantly evolving, so it's essential to stay adaptable and willing to adjust your strategies as needed. Regularly review your progress, identify areas for improvement, and make necessary adjustments to your plan. Celebrate your milestones. Acknowledge your achievements, no matter how small, and reward yourself for your progress. This will help you stay motivated and maintain a positive attitude throughout your journey. Never lose sight of your purpose. Remember why you embarked on this journey to financial mastery. What are your core values? What impact do you want to have on the world? Let these principles guide your decisions and keep you focused on your ultimate goals. And most importantly, remember that financial mastery is not just about accumulating wealth. It's about creating a life of freedom, purpose, and fulfillment. It's about living in alignment with your values and using your resources to make a positive difference in the world. So, embrace the challenge, embrace the opportunity, and embrace the power of mastering your money. The journey awaits. Go forth and create the life you are meant to live. Let your financial journey be a testament to your resilience, your determination, and your unwavering belief in yourself. Let it be a source of inspiration for others, demonstrating that anyone can achieve financial success with the right mindset, the right strategies, and the right support. And as you climb the ladder of financial success, remember to reach back and help others along the way. Share your knowledge, offer your guidance, and inspire them to pursue their own dreams of financial freedom. Together, we can create a world where everyone has the opportunity to master their money and to live a life of purpose, abundance, and impact. The power is within us. Let's use it wisely and responsibly for the betterment of ourselves and for the benefit of all. The time is now. Let's begin. Think about the legacy you want to leave behind. What do you want to be remembered for? How do you want to impact the world? Your financial decisions can play a significant role in shaping your legacy and ensuring that your values endure for generations to come. Consider the impact of your investments. Are you investing in companies that align with your values? Are you supporting sustainable and ethical businesses? Your investment choices can have a powerful impact on the world, shaping the future of industries and promoting positive social change. Plan for your estate. Ensure that your assets are distributed according to your wishes and that your loved ones are provided for in the future. A well-crafted estate plan can provide peace of mind and ensure that your legacy continues to thrive long after you're gone. Give back to your community. Support local charities, volunteer your time, and contribute to causes that you believe in. Your generosity can make a significant difference in the lives of others and help to create a stronger, more vibrant community. Mentor others. Share your knowledge and experience with those who are just starting their financial journey. Your guidance can help them avoid common pitfalls and accelerate their progress towards financial freedom. Live a life of purpose. Don't let your financial success define you. Instead, use your resources to pursue your passions, to make a positive impact on the world, and to live a life that is truly meaningful and fulfilling. Remember that true wealth is not measured in dollars and cents. It's measured in the lives you touch, the difference you make, and the legacy you leave behind. So, let your financial journey be a journey of purpose, a journey of impact, and a journey of lasting significance. The path to financial mastery is not always easy, but it is always worth it. The rewards are immeasurable, and the possibilities are endless. Embrace the challenge, embrace the opportunity, and embrace the power of mastering your money. The world needs your talents, your ideas, and your leadership. And mastering your money is the key to unlocking your full potential and making a positive impact on the world. Don't wait any longer. The time to start is now. Master your money. Master your life. The future is waiting. Remember the stories that have inspired you, the individuals who have overcome adversity and achieved extraordinary success. Let their stories fuel your determination and remind you that anything is possible. Draw strength from your inner resources. You possess the resilience, the creativity, and the unwavering spirit to overcome any challenge that comes your way. Trust in your abilities, believe in your potential, and never give up on your dreams. Surround yourself with a supportive network of friends, family, and mentors who will encourage you, challenge you, and celebrate your successes along the way. Their support will be invaluable as you navigate the ups and downs of your financial journey. Continuously seek knowledge and inspiration. Read books, listen to podcasts, attend workshops, and connect with other financially savvy individuals. The more you learn, the more confident you'll become in your ability to manage your money effectively. Stay focused on your long-term goals. Don't let short-term temptations or distractions derail your progress. Keep your eyes on the prize and remain committed to your ultimate vision of financial freedom. Embrace the power of compounding. Start saving and investing early, and let the magic of compounding work its wonders over time. Even small amounts of money invested consistently can grow into substantial sums over the long run. Be patient and persistent. Building wealth takes time and effort. Don't get discouraged by setbacks or slow progress. Stay the course, remain disciplined, and trust that your efforts will eventually pay off. Celebrate your milestones along the way. Acknowledge your achievements, no matter how small, and reward yourself for your progress. This will help you stay motivated and maintain a positive attitude. Give back to your community. Use your financial resources to support causes you believe in and to make a positive impact on the world. Your generosity will not only benefit others, but will also enrich your own life and bring a sense of fulfillment. Remember that financial mastery is not just about accumulating wealth. It's about creating a life of freedom, purpose, and impact. It's about living in alignment with your values and using your resources to make a positive difference in the world. So, embrace the challenge, embrace the opportunity, and embrace the power of mastering your money. The journey awaits. Go now and create the life you are meant to live. Don't underestimate the transformative power of small changes. A seemingly insignificant adjustment to your spending habits or a minor increase in your savings rate can have a profound impact on your financial future over time. Focus on developing good financial habits. Make saving a priority. Track your spending, pay your bills on time, and avoid unnecessary debt. These habits will lay the foundation for long-term financial success. Automate your savings. Set up automatic transfers from your checking account to your savings account each month. This will make saving effortless and ensure that you're consistently putting money aside for your future. Pay yourself first. Before you pay your bills or indulge in discretionary spending, allocate a portion of your income to savings and investments. This will ensure that you're prioritizing your financial future. Avoid lifestyle creep. As your income increases, resist the temptation to increase your spending proportionally. Instead, continue to live below your means and allocate the extra income to savings and investments. Be mindful of your spending triggers. Identify the situations or emotions that lead you to overspend and develop strategies for managing those triggers. This will help you avoid impulsive purchases and stay on track with your financial goals. Practice gratitude for what you have. Appreciate the things you already own and avoid comparing yourself to others. This will help you resist the temptation to accumulate unnecessary possessions and focus on what truly matters in life. Cultivate a minimalist mindset. Declutter your home, simplify your life, and focus on experiences rather than possessions. This will not only reduce your spending, but will also free up your time and energy for pursuing your passions. Remember that financial success is not just about accumulating wealth. It's about creating a life of freedom, purpose, and impact. It's about living in alignment with your values and using your resources to make a positive difference in the world. So, embrace the challenge, embrace the opportunity, and embrace the power of mastering your money. The journey awaits. Go now and create the life you are meant to live. Make it a life filled with purpose, passion, and prosperity. A life that inspires others to reach for their own dreams. A life that leaves a lasting positive impact on the world. The power is yours. Seize it. Andrew Carnegie arrived in America, a penniless immigrant. He died the richest man on earth. This wasn't luck. It wasn't an accident. It was a code, a set of unwritten rules for acquiring power and building a legacy used by the giants who shaped our world. For decades, this code has been hidden in plain sight. In this video, I'm going to give you the Carnegie keys to that code. Master them, and you master your destiny. The Carnegie Code, 2 words, an echo of ambition, a whisper of possibility, a blueprint not just for building wealth, but for building bridges. Not just for commanding riches, but for commanding respect, for leaving a legacy that resonates through generations. This isn't about chasing fleeting fortune. It's about cultivating enduring influence. It's about understanding the profound and often overlooked power of human connection, the art of collaboration, the science of strategic alliance. We live in a world that glorifies the lone wolf, the self-made maverick, the individual genius who pulls themselves up by their bootstraps. And while individual grit and determination are undeniably crucial, they are, in the grand scheme of things, only half the battle. The other half, the often neglected and underestimated half, is the power of alliances. The ability to forge meaningful relationships, to build trust, to inspire loyalty, to create a network of individuals who are not just willing, but eager to help you achieve your goals. Think of Andrew Carnegie himself. He wasn't a solitary figure toiling in isolation. He was a master orchestrator, a conductor of human potential. He surrounded himself with brilliant minds, with dedicated workers, with strategic partners who shared his vision and fueled his ambition. He understood that even the most brilliant individual is limited by their own capabilities, their own time, their own resources. But a team, a well-coordinated alliance, can achieve exponentially more. Look back at history. Every great empire, every groundbreaking innovation, every monumental achievement was the result of collaboration. The Roman Empire wasn't built by a single emperor. It was built by legions of soldiers, skilled engineers, shrewd politicians, and dedicated administrators, all working in concert towards a common goal. The Renaissance wasn't the product of a single artist. It was a flowering of collective genius, a vibrant ecosystem of painters, sculptors, writers, and thinkers, inspiring and challenging each other to push the boundaries of human expression. The Industrial Revolution wasn't the creation of a single inventor. It was a culmination of countless discoveries and innovations, each building upon the last, each contributing to a transformative shift in human civilization. Even the seemingly solitary figures of history, the artists, the inventors, the scientists, were not truly alone. They were standing on the shoulders of giants, drawing inspiration from the past, collaborating with their contemporaries, and shaping the future through their interactions with others. Isaac Newton famously said, "If I have seen further, it is by standing on the shoulders of giants." He acknowledged the debt he owed to those who came before him, the intellectual heritage that enabled him to make his groundbreaking discoveries. The Carnegie Code isn't just about building alliances. It's about building the right alliances. It's about identifying individuals who possess the skills, the knowledge, the resources, and the character that will complement your own. It's about finding people who share your values, who are aligned with your vision, who are committed to your success. And it's about offering them something in return. Because alliances are not built on exploitation. They are built on mutual benefit. Think of John D. Rockefeller and his Standard Oil empire. He was ruthless, yes, but he was also a master strategist. He understood the power of consolidating resources, of eliminating competition, of creating a vertically integrated organization that controlled every aspect of the oil industry, from the well to the consumer. And he did this not alone, but by forging alliances with other oil producers, with railroad companies, with financial institutions. He built a network of relationships that allowed him to dominate the market and amass a fortune that was almost unimaginable at the time. But Rockefeller's approach also serves as a cautionary tale. His ruthless tactics and disregard for ethical considerations ultimately tarnished his reputation and led to the breakup of his Standard Oil Trust. The Carnegie Code emphasizes not just the what of building alliances, but the how. It's about building alliances based on integrity, on trust, on mutual respect. It's about creating a win-win situation for everyone involved. Dale Carnegie, in his seminal work, How to Win Friends and Influence People, laid out a set of principles for building rapport, for understanding human nature, for inspiring cooperation. He emphasized the importance of genuine interest in others, of active listening, of sincere appreciation, of avoiding criticism, of focusing on common ground. These principles are not just applicable in social situations. They are fundamental to building strong and lasting alliances in business and in life. To command riches, you must first command yourself. You must develop the qualities of leadership, the ability to inspire confidence, to motivate others, to articulate a compelling vision. You must be a person of integrity, of honesty, of unwavering commitment to your values. People are drawn to those who are authentic, who are genuine, who are passionate about what they do. They are repelled by those who are fake, who are manipulative, who are driven solely by self-interest. Warren Buffett, the Oracle of Omaha, is a master of building alliances based on trust and integrity. He invests in companies with strong management, teams with ethical cultures, and with a track record of delivering results. He doesn't micromanage. He empowers his managers to run their businesses as they see fit. He trusts them to make the right decisions, and he supports them when they face challenges. And in return, he earns their loyalty, their dedication, and their exceptional performance. Building alliances is not a passive process. It requires active effort. It requires you to reach out to others, to offer your help, to build relationships, to nurture connections. It requires you to be proactive, to be generous, to be willing to give more than you receive. And it requires you to be patient, because strong alliances are not built overnight. They take time, effort, and consistent communication. Think of the power of mentorship, finding someone who has already achieved what you aspire to achieve, and learning from their experience, their wisdom, and their mistakes. A mentor can provide guidance, support, and encouragement. They can open doors, make introductions, and help you navigate the challenges of your journey. And in return, you can offer them your gratitude, your loyalty, and your commitment to learning and growing. Consider the power of networking. Attending industry events, joining professional organizations, connecting with people online. Networking is not about collecting business cards. It's about building relationships. It's about finding common ground, exchanging ideas, and creating opportunities for collaboration. It's about expanding your circle of influence and gaining access to new resources and perspectives. But networking, like any other form of alliance building, must be approached with integrity. Don't be transactional. Don't see people as mere stepping stones to your own success. Be genuinely interested in others. Be willing to help them achieve their goals and be patient. The best relationships are built on mutual respect and reciprocal benefit. The Carnegie Code also emphasizes the importance of communication. Effective communication is the foundation of any strong alliance. It requires you to be clear, concise, and honest in your interactions with others. It requires you to listen actively, to understand their perspectives, and to respond thoughtfully. And it requires you to be willing to give and receive feedback, to address conflicts constructively, and to maintain open lines of communication at all times. Think of the power of storytelling. Telling stories that connect with people on an emotional level, that inspire them, that motivate them to action. Stories are a powerful tool for building rapport, for communicating your vision, and for creating a shared sense of purpose. Stories can also help you overcome objections, build trust, and persuade others to see things your way. But storytelling must be authentic. Don't fabricate stories or exaggerate your accomplishments. Be genuine, be vulnerable, and be willing to share your own struggles and failures. People are more likely to trust and connect with someone who is honest and relatable. The Carnegie Code isn't just about building external alliances. It's also about building internal alliances. It's about creating a strong and cohesive team within your own organization, a team that is aligned with your vision, that is committed to your goals, and that is empowered to contribute their best work. It requires you to foster a culture of collaboration, of innovation, and of mutual respect. Think of Henry Ford and his assembly line. He didn't invent the automobile, but he revolutionized the way it was manufactured. He broke down the complex process of building a car into a series of simple, repetitive tasks, and he assigned each task to a different worker. This allowed him to dramatically increase production efficiency and reduce costs, making the automobile accessible to the masses. But Ford's success was not solely due to his technical innovations. He also understood the importance of creating a motivated and engaged workforce. He paid his workers relatively high wages, he offered them benefits, and he treated them with respect. This created a sense of loyalty and commitment, which in turn led to higher productivity and lower turnover. The Carnegie Code also emphasizes the importance of continuous learning. The world is constantly changing, and the skills and knowledge that are relevant today may be obsolete tomorrow. To stay ahead of the curve, you must be a lifelong learner. You must be willing to embrace new ideas, to experiment with new approaches, and to adapt to changing circumstances. Read books, attend seminars, take courses, and surround yourself with people who are smarter than you. Learn from your mistakes and be willing to admit when you are wrong. The more you learn, the more valuable you become, and the more opportunities will come your way. Think of the power of compounding. not just in finance, but in all areas of life. Small improvements, consistently applied over time, can lead to dramatic results. A 1% improvement each day, compounded over a year, can result in a 37-fold increase. This principle applies to your skills, your knowledge, your relationships, and your wealth. The Carnegie Code is not a quick fix or a magic formula. It's a set of principles and practices that require consistent effort and dedication. It's a journey, not a destination. But if you are willing to commit to the process, to embrace the challenges, and to persevere through the setbacks, you will be amazed at what you can achieve. Don't be afraid to take risks. Don't be afraid to fail. Failure is not the opposite of success. It's a stepping stone to success. Every successful person has experienced failure. The difference is that they didn't let failure define them. They learned from their mistakes. They picked themselves up, and they kept moving forward. Think of Thomas Edison and his relentless pursuit of the light bulb. He failed thousands of times before he finally found the right combination of materials and techniques. But he didn't give up. He saw each failure as a learning opportunity, and he used that knowledge to refine his approach. And eventually, he succeeded in inventing the light bulb, which transformed the world. The Carnegie Code is about creating a legacy. It's about leaving the world a better place than you found it. It's about using your wealth and your influence to make a positive impact on society. It's about inspiring others to achieve their full potential. Think of Andrew Carnegie's philanthropy. He gave away the vast majority of his fortune to support education, libraries, and other charitable causes. He believed that wealth should be used to benefit society, and he dedicated his life to making that belief a reality. The Carnegie Code is not just about commanding riches. It's about commanding your own destiny. It's about taking control of your life, setting your own goals, and pursuing your own dreams. It's about living a life of purpose, of passion, and of fulfillment. Don't let anyone tell you that you can't achieve your dreams. Don't let anyone limit your potential. You are capable of far more than you think. Believe in yourself and never give up on your aspirations. The world needs your talent, your creativity, and your passion. Don't be afraid to share your gifts with the world. Don't be afraid to make a difference. The Carnegie Code is a call to action. It's a challenge to step up, to take responsibility, and to make a positive impact on the world. It's an invitation to join a community of like-minded individuals who are committed to building a better future. Embrace the Carnegie Code and unlock your full potential. Build alliances, command riches, and create a legacy that will inspire generations to come. The time to start is now. The future is waiting. Understand this. The Carnegie Code isn't about manipulation, but motivation. It's not about using people, but understanding people. It's not about dominating, but delegating. True alliances aren't forged in the fires of coercion, but in the warmth of shared purpose. It's not about what you can get from others, but what you can give to them. Because in the grand tapestry of success, the threads of giving and receiving are inextricably intertwined. Think about the greatest symphonies ever composed. Each note, each instrument, plays a vital role, contributing to the overall harmony. A single misplaced note can disrupt the entire piece. Similarly, in a successful alliance, each individual brings their unique talents and perspectives to the table, creating a synergy that is greater than the sum of its parts. A true leader understands this and cultivates an environment where every voice is heard, where every contribution is valued, where every member feels empowered to reach their full potential. The Carnegie Code demands self-awareness. Knowing your strengths, acknowledging your weaknesses, and surrounding yourself with individuals who complement your skills. It's about recognizing that you don't have to be good at everything. You just have to be good at identifying and leveraging the talents of others. It's about having the humility to admit when you're wrong, the courage to ask for help, and the wisdom to listen to advice. Consider the power of feedback, seeking out constructive criticism from trusted advisors, and using that feedback to improve your performance. Don't surround yourself with yes men who tell you what you want to hear. Seek out individuals who are willing to challenge your assumptions, to point out your blind spots, and to help you grow. But remember, feedback should be a two-way street. Be willing to offer constructive criticism to others, and to do so with compassion and empathy. The goal is not to tear people down, but to help them improve. The goal is to create a culture of continuous improvement, where everyone is committed to learning and growing. The Carnegie Code also recognizes the importance of resilience. The road to success is rarely smooth. There will be setbacks, there will be challenges, there will be moments when you feel like giving up. But it is in these moments that your resilience is truly tested. It is in these moments that you have the opportunity to grow stronger, to learn from your mistakes, and to emerge even more determined to achieve your goals. Think about the stories of entrepreneurs who have overcome seemingly insurmountable obstacles to build successful businesses. They faced rejection, they faced criticism, they faced financial hardship, but they didn't give up. They persevered. They learned from their mistakes, and they ultimately achieved their dreams. The Carnegie Code is not just about financial wealth. It's about holistic wealth. It's about cultivating strong relationships, maintaining good health, pursuing your passions, and living a life of purpose. It's about creating a balance between your personal and professional lives, and prioritizing the things that truly matter. Think about the importance of family and friends. These are the people who will support you through thick and thin, who will celebrate your successes, and who will comfort you during your failures. Don't neglect these relationships in your pursuit of wealth and success. Nurture them. Cherish them. They are the foundation of a fulfilling life. The Carnegie Code also emphasizes the importance of giving back to your community, using your wealth and influence to make a positive impact on the world, supporting causes that you believe in, volunteering your time and talents to help others. Think about the ripple effect of your actions. Every act of kindness, every gesture of generosity can have a profound impact on the lives of others. And those actions can inspire others to do the same, creating a chain reaction of positive change. The Carnegie Code is a timeless guide to success, applicable in any era and in any field. It's a set of principles that can help you build wealth, build influence, and build a legacy. But it's not a magic formula. It requires hard work, dedication, and an unwavering commitment to your values. Embrace the Carnegie Code and unlock your full potential. Build alliances, command riches, and create a life that is both prosperous and meaningful. The future is yours to create. Consider the power of legacy. What will people say about you when you're gone? What impact will you have had on the world? Will you be remembered for your wealth or for your contributions? Will you be remembered for your success or for your character? The Carnegie Code is about building a legacy that is both lasting and meaningful. It's about using your wealth and influence to make a positive impact on the world, to inspire others, and to leave a legacy that will endure for generations too. Think about the lives of great leaders, philanthropists, and innovators throughout history. They are remembered not just for their accomplishments, but for their character, their values, and their contributions to society. They are remembered for the lives they touched, the people they inspired, and the legacy they left behind. The Carnegie Code is a call to greatness. It's a challenge to rise above the ordinary, to pursue excellence in all that you do, and to make a positive impact on the world. It's an invitation to join a community of like-minded individuals who are committed to building a better future. Embrace the Carnegie Code and unlock your full potential. Build alliances, command riches, and create a legacy that will inspire generations to come. The journey begins now. Take the first step. The world is waiting. And remember this. The Carnegie Code is not a static set of rules, but a dynamic and evolving philosophy. It's about adapting to changing circumstances, embracing new challenges, and continuously seeking ways to improve. It's about being a lifelong learner, a constant innovator, and a relentless pursuer of excellence. Think about the rapid pace of change in today's world. Technology is advancing at an exponential rate. New industries are emerging, and old industries are disappearing. To thrive in this environment, you must be adaptable, flexible, and willing to embrace change. The Carnegie Code encourages you to be a disruptor, to challenge the status quo, and to create new solutions to old problems. It encourages you to be a visionary, to see opportunities where others see obstacles, and to lead the way towards a brighter future. But disruption must be responsible. Innovation must be ethical. Progress must be sustainable. The Carnegie Code reminds us that wealth and power come with responsibility, and that we must use our resources wisely and ethically. Think about the impact of your actions on the environment, on society, and on future generations. Are you creating value, or are you simply extracting it? Are you contributing to the solution, or are you contributing to the problem? The Carnegie Code challenges us to be stewards of our resources, to protect the environment, to promote social justice, and to create a more equitable and sustainable world. It challenges us to use our wealth and influence to make a positive impact on the lives of others, and to leave a legacy that we can be proud of. The Carnegie Code is a journey of self-discovery, a process of continuous improvement, and a commitment to making a positive impact on the world. It's a challenging path, but it's also a rewarding one. Embrace the Carnegie Code and unlock your full potential. Build alliances, command riches, and create a legacy that will inspire generations to come. The time is now. The opportunity is yours. Seize it. And finally, understand that the Carnegie Code is not just about individual success. It's about collective progress. It's about recognizing that we are all interconnected, that our fates are intertwined, and that we can achieve more together than we can alone. Think about the power of collaboration. When individuals come together, share their ideas, and combine their talents, they can create something truly extraordinary. From scientific breakthroughs to artistic masterpieces, many of the greatest achievements in human history have been the result of collaboration. The Carnegie Code encourages us to build bridges, not walls, to seek common ground, not division, to work together towards a shared vision of a better future. It encourages us to be inclusive, to embrace diversity, and to value the contributions of all. The Carnegie Code reminds us that we are all part of something larger than ourselves, and that we have a responsibility to contribute to the common good. It challenges us to be citizens of the world, to embrace our shared humanity, and to work together to create a more just, equitable, and sustainable future for all. The Carnegie Code is a call to action. It's a challenge to step up, to take responsibility, and to make a positive impact on the world. It's an invitation to join a community of like-minded individuals who are committed to building a better future. Embrace the Carnegie Code and unlock your full potential. Build alliances, command riches, and create a legacy that will inspire generations to come. The time is now. The world is waiting. Let's build it together. Let's rise together. Let's create together. Let's leave a legacy that echoes through eternity. The Carnegie Code. Live it, breathe it, become it. You now have the keys to the Carnegie Code. But having the keys isn't enough. You need to know which door to unlock first. That's why I've made this video for you right here on the single most powerful habit of self-made billionaires. Watch it next. And remember, don't just live, build. They called him the richest man who ever lived. But John D. Rockefeller wasn't born with wealth. He was forged. Forged in the crucible of poverty, sharpened by the grind of necessity, and driven by a relentless belief, not just in oil, not just in markets, but in himself. He understood something most men die never learning. That wealth is not money. It's a mindset, a dominion of thought. An empire built first in the mind, long before it rises in the world. Because while the world was chasing wages, Rockefeller was crafting strategy. While others worked for survival, he cultivated vision, like a general planning a war that hadn't yet begun. He saw the invisible pipelines before there were pipes, power before there was permission, order in the chaos of crude. He saw what others missed. And that's where you begin. Not with money, not with contacts, not with luck. You begin with perception, with the eyes to see what's truly rare in this world. Opportunity wrapped in adversity, riches disguised as ruin. The man who sees clearly in a fog of confusion has already won half the battle, because clarity is wealth, belief is capital, conviction is compound interest on your soul. And if you want to build indestructible wealth, not just the kind that sits in accounts, but the kind that echoes across generations, you must begin by burning your old maps. The maps that say play it safe, the ones that whisper, wait your turn, the ones drawn by men too afraid to live boldly, too small to think grandly, too blind to see the oil under their own feet. Rip them up. And draw your own, because wealth is not found. It's created, and creation begins in silence. It begins when the world doubts you. It begins when you're working late, when your bank account is empty, when your name means nothing, yet you keep moving, not because of what is, but because of what will be. That was Rockefeller's edge. He didn't wait for the world to grant him permission. He built his world and let others catch up. But that kind of fire, it doesn't come cheap. It demands everything. Focus that cuts like a blade, discipline that doesn't flinch, and belief, deep, unshakable, unreasonable belief. Because before, he dominated oil, he dominated himself. He mastered his moods, his habits, his thoughts. He understood what every great titan knows, that before you can control markets, you must control your mind. And that's where most people fail. They chase secrets and systems, mentors and miracles, but skip the foundation. They want Rockefeller's banked balance without his backbone. They want the castle, but won't dig the moat. They want the light, but won't stand in the fire. But wealth isn't handed out. It's summoned. It's forged in late nights, tough calls, brutal setbacks, and the unrelenting decision to keep building, even when the world says stop. Henry Ford once said, thinking is the hardest work there is, which is probably the reason why so few engage in it. But you came here to think differently, to build what they said was impossible, to lead in the way only giants do, not by shouting, but by outlasting. Because building indestructible wealth means playing the long game. It means understanding that the seeds you plant today will not bloom tomorrow, but you plant anyway, because your faith isn't based on the calendar. It's rooted in cause and effect. Like James Allen wrote in As a Man Thinketh, you are today where your thoughts have brought you. You will be tomorrow where your thoughts take you. So where are your thoughts taking you? Do they build or break? Do they elevate or erode? Are they a fortress or are they a cage? Because every empire begins with a blueprint of thought. And thought, when repeated with intensity and belief, becomes reality. This is not just philosophy. It is mechanics. It is the internal machinery of men like Carnegie, Morgan, and Hill. They didn't stumble into wealth. They engineered it. And that engine runs on clarity, clear vision, clear values, clear standards, you must become ruthless with confusion, allergic to vagueness, hostile to mediocrity, because mediocrity is the cancer of the mind. It doesn't show up with horns. It whispers in comfort. It shows up when you compromise, when you say good enough. But good enough builds nothing. It sustains nothing. It survives. It doesn't thrive. You want to build a legacy? You want to create wealth that cannot be stolen, taxed, or inflated away. Then start with your mind. Discipline it like an athlete. Train it like a soldier. Expand it like a kingdom. Because wealth, true wealth, is not just the accumulation of capital. It is the expansion of capacity, the capacity to think when others panic, to endure when others quit, to plan when others react. And that's what Rockefeller did better than anyone. He didn't just build a company. He built a system. He didn't just play the game. He redefined the board. And you must do the same. The world doesn't need more followers. It needs visionaries, builders, leaders with steel in their spine and fire in their chest. You must lead your life like a general leads a war, with strategy, with foresight, with relentless will, because life is not a playground. It's a battlefield. And the enemy is comfort. The enemy is hesitation. The enemy is the version of you that settles, that sleeps in, that waits for the right time. There is no right time. There is only time. And what you do with it determines everything. So build with urgency. Move with conviction. Decide like a king, not a beggar, because the throne you seek is not out there. It's within you. And every day you hesitate, someone else is building their empire, while you doubt yours. Enough. No more waiting. No more wishing. No more playing small. Burn the blueprint of the average man. And rise. Rise like the titans of old. Like Carnegie in the steel mills of Pittsburgh. Like Ford on the factory floors of Detroit. Like Rockefeller in the refineries of Cleveland. Where fire, oil, and ambition dance together like God's rewriting fate. These men weren't just businessmen. They were builders of destiny. And they built from one material above all others: discipline. Discipline is the silent architect behind every empire. It doesn't shout. It doesn't seek applause. It shows up when it's hard. It wakes you before the world stirs. It keeps you moving when there's no reward in sight. While others scroll, discipline reads. While others binge, discipline builds. While others wish, discipline works. Rockefeller didn't become history's wealthiest man because he found the right industry. He became that man because he outdisciplined the world. He tracked every cent, every deal, every risk. His ledgers weren't just financial. They were spiritual. Every entry said, "I am in control." Every calculation screamed, "I am not a victim of chance. I am a master of law, the law of cause and effect." And that's what you must understand. Wealth is not luck. It is not inheritance. It is not born of circumstance. It is a law. And like gravity, it favors those who align with it. Discipline is the bridge between who you are and who you must become. Without it, your potential remains fiction. With it, you become inevitable. It's the daily sharpening of the sword, the cold shower of truth, the refusal to negotiate with your lesser self, because you will be tested. Your dreams will be attacked by doubt. Your resolve will be hunted by fear. Your mission will be mocked by those too timid to chase their own. And when that happens, you must remember this. The lion does not concern himself with the opinions of sheep. Rockefeller didn't fold under pressure. He absorbed it. He used it. Every setback became strategy. Every criticism became fuel. He understood what the masses didn't. Pressure is the price of greatness. It breaks the weak, but it refines the strong. So welcome it. Invite discomfort. Seek the edges of your endurance. Because it is only in fire that steel is made, and you must be steel. To build indestructible wealth, you must become indestructible yourself, in mindset, in belief, in character. Your wealth will never outgrow you. Your income will never outscale your discipline. Your empire will never surpass your endurance. So build yourself like a fortress. Read when others sleep. Act when others talk. Lead when others follow. Because this world is not given to the soft. It is seized by the relentless. The Rockefellers of the world don't ask for permission. They move like storms. They change industries, rewrite laws, break monopolies, and build their own. They are not employees of the system. They own the system. And when the system changes, they adapt before it even finishes turning. That is the next truth of wealth. Adaptability. Ability to shift without fear. To evolve without losing your core. To stay grounded while everything around you burns. When others panicked in downturns, Rockefeller expanded. When the government tried to break Standard Oil, he had already diversified. He saw moves 3 decades ahead. You must do the same. You must become a strategist of your own life. Not just working in it, but working on it. Not just surviving the now, but engineering the future. Every day is a move on the board. Every dollar a soldier. Every action a command. Are you leading your army with precision? Or are you watching? From the sidelines, waiting for fortune to smile? Let me make it clear. Fortune doesn't smile. It tests. It pushes. And it waits to see who will bend and who will rise. Warren Buffett once said, "Be fearful when others are greedy and greedy. When others are fearful, this isn't about emotion. It's about strategy. It's about emotional mastery, not letting the winds of the world sway your internal compass. Because the game of wealth is 90% psychology, 10% math. It's not whether you can calculate returns, it's whether you can control your reaction. When the storm hits. Can you stay the course when your vision looks like madness? Can you invest in yourself when the world bets against you? Can you move forward in silence while others mock, doubt, or ignore? The men who built empires didn't seek applause. They earned legacy. And legacy is built in shadows, before the headlines, before the recognition, before the results. It's built when no one is watching, when it's just you, the work, and the voice in your head that says, keep going. That voice is your ally. That voice is your Rockefeller. That voice is the architect of your wealth. And that brings us to the next truth. Vision. Without vision, wealth is noise. Money becomes meaningless. Assets become distractions. Vision is what makes wealth matter. It's not about the car. It's not about the watch. It's not even about the billions. It's about what those billions can build, not just in the world, but in you. Rockefeller's fortune built universities, medical research, global change. It wasn't just numbers on a ledger. It was legacy carved into the spine of history. And that's what you're after. Not shallow riches, but significance. Not fast gains, but eternal echoes. So what's your vision? What does your wealth fight? FOR? What does your empire stand upon? Who does it serve? And why does it matter? Because if you build without purpose, you'll crumble under pressure. But if your vision is forged in fire, nothing can stop you. Not the economy, not the critics, not even time. You become immortal not by living forever, but by building something. That does. And the only way to build that kind of wealth is to stop thinking like a consumer and start thinking like a king. A king doesn't ask for more. He creates more. He doesn't look at price tags. He looks at value. He doesn't chase income. He builds infrastructure. And that is what wealth truly is. Infrastructure of thought. Infrastructure of belief. Infrastructure of action. Every move should be legacy. Every step should be empire. Every thought WEAPONIZED. This is the Rockefeller mindset, because empires aren't born in comfort. They're carved out of struggle, molded in the furnace of hard choices, and hammered into shape by vision, belief, and action. If you want to rise like Rockefeller, you must stop thinking like the world owes you something. It doesn't, and that's your greatest power, because when you expect nothing, you become dangerous. You stop waiting, and you start creating. The world bows to those who move with purpose, not those who scream the loudest, but those who move. In silence, with precision, with focus so sharp, it slices through every excuse. And if you want to lead, truly lead, then understand this. Leadership is not charisma. It's not charm. It's not the loud voice in the room. Leadership is ownership. Ownership of decisions. Ownership of outcomes. Ownership of everything that happens in your world. Rockefeller didn't blame the market. He didn't blame politicians. He didn't blame the competition. He adjusted. He adapted. He outthought, outplanned, out-executed everyone around him. That is leadership, not the title, not the followers, but the standard you hold, first for yourself, then for everyone you influence. And the standard must be non-negotiable. Because when you lower the bar for yourself, you teach the world how to treat you. But when you demand greatness from your time, your energy, your environment, the universe has no choice but to respond. That's what Florence Scovel Shinn meant when she said, "Your word is your wand. What you speak, you shape. What you believe, you attract. What you tolerate, you become. So speak like a builder. Think like a sovereign. Move like a commander of fate." This is not about hustle porn. This is not about grind culture. This is about alignment, aligning your thoughts, your habits, your vision, your money, and your mission into a single immovable force. Because scattered energy builds nothing. But focused force changes everything. It drills through steel. It cracks stone. It moves markets. And you are that force. If you choose to be. But you must stop playing checkers when the game is chess. Start thinking in decades, not days. Start investing in skills, not status. Start building assets that breathe, systems that earn while you sleep, teams that operate without your hand, ideas that scale beyond your body. Because Rockefeller didn't build a business. He built a machine, an organism that could survive lawsuits, depressions, and revolutions. That's the next law of indestructible wealth. Build machines, not traps. Most people build income traps, jobs they can't leave, businesses they can't sell, lifestyles they can't fund. But machines? Machines are scalable, repeatable, transferable. They move with or without you. They live beyond you. Think about what you're building. Can it operate without your presence? Can it scale without your burnout? Can it feed generations after you're gone? If not, it's not an empire. It's a cage, and you weren't born to live in cages. You were born to command kingdoms. So stop trading your time for pennies when you could be designing blueprints for wealth that moves like rivers, flowing, compounding, expanding across time. Remember, Rockefeller didn't sell oil. He sold efficiency. He didn't chase dollars. He chased dominion, total control over supply, refining, distribution. Every link in the chain he owned. That's the level of thinking you need. Not, how can I make more? But how can I own the chain? Not, what's the trend? But what's the foundation beneath it? Indestructible wealth doesn't ride waves. It builds a coastline. And the coastline is principle. Values that do not shake when markets collapse. Standards that do not fold under pressure. Habits that do not vanish in chaos. You need principles that are heavier than emotion, that carry you through storms, that anchor your mission when temptation screams and distractions dance like devils around your vision, because temptations will come. Distractions will multiply. The more you build, the louder the world becomes. But you must stay tuned to a different frequency. When the average man can't hear dot, the sound of inevitability, the rhythm of legacy, the quiet pulse of a man who knows. This is not just a life. It is a mission. And missions require resilience. Resilience is the bedrock beneath Rockefeller's empire. He was not spared from trial. He was not handed a golden path. He earned every inch by enduring what others escaped from. He was investigated, demonized, broken apart by courts, hated by papers, hunted by reformers, but he endured. Not through rage, but through calculation. Not by whining, but by winning the next move. And that's what you must remember. Resilience is not resistance. It is evolution. You don't stand still like a wall. You bend like a blade of grass. Flexible, but unbroken. You shift, adapt, evolve. And persist, Dot, because the wealth you build will be tested. There will be downturns, betrayals, unexpected fires. But if your mind is built like stone, if your standards are bulletproof and your principles unshakable, you will rise again. Not in spite of the storm, but because of it. Because storms don't destroy the builder. They reveal him, Dot. They show you who you really are, what you really believe, what you're truly committed to. And if you rise from it, stronger, smarter, hungrier, then you've earned a title no school can grant. Titan. Because that's what Rockefeller became. Not just a businessman, not just a philanthropist, but a titan of wealth. Wealth not defined by dollars alone, but by structure, influence, and permanence. And you? You are next in line. If and only if you choose to carry the weight. Because this is not for everyone. This is not for the distracted, not for the excuse makers, not for the crowd, Dot. This is for the builder, the thinker, the sovereign man, the woman who refuses to kneel to mediocrity, the creator who sees an empire in a seed and plants it anyway. This is the Rockefeller mindset, Dot. This is the part where most turn back. Right here, where it gets heavy, Dot, where the weight of the mission starts crushing the illusions of comfort, where the dream becomes a duty, where the man you used to be screams for mercy, and the man you must become whispers, more. This is where you decide who you are, Dot, because if you want to build indestructible wealth, you must understand this. Final truth, you don't get rich. You become rich, Dot. It's not a thing you possess. It's a force you radiate. It's a byproduct of internal power, not just strategy, not just smarts, but identity. The greatest shift you will ever make is not in your bank account. It's in your mind. Until you see yourself as the creator of value, the architect of legacy, the sovereign of your domain, you will always bow to someone else's vision. You cannot build an empire from the inside of a cage, and most cages don't have bars. They have beliefs, invisible chains that whisper, you're not ready. You don't come from wealth. You don't know the right people. Who are you to think you can be great? Let me burn that lie for you now. You are the continuation of giants, the heir to every builder who ever faced the void, and I sighed, I will shape this world. Do you think Rockefeller had a perfect script to follow? No. He wrote it as he walked. He made his fortune by mastering 3 eternal truths: compounding, control, and clarity. Compounding, in value, in effort, in patience. He understood that wealth isn't built in sprints, it's built in layers. Each choice a brick, each day a beam, each year a cathedral under construction. Control, not of others, but of systems, of supply lines, of markets, of self. He didn't react, he designed. And clarity, the rarest of all powers. The ability to see with ruthless precision. What matters and what doesn't. To cut through noise like a sword. To aim, not wander. To simplify when others complicate. That is how you lead. That is how you build. That is how you command wealth to obey your will, because wealth follows clarity like a shadow. It flows where certainty lives. If you speak with doubt, it hides. If you move with conviction, it arrives. Not all at once, but gradually. And then, suddenly, like a tide that can no longer be held back. And when it comes, don't shrink. Don't apologize. Don't flinch. Stand tall. You earned it. Every early morning. Every lonely sacrifice. Every decision to read when others slept. To build when others partied. To focus when others flailed. You traded distraction for destiny. And now the results are catching up. Let them. Let the world see what it looks like when a human being commits without compromise. Let them witness the power of vision unchained, of belief unleashed, of strategy embodied. You are not born to blend. You were born to break patterns. To be the first in your bloodline, to build a dynasty, to be the turning point, to be the storm the silence was waiting for. They will call it talent. They will say you got lucky. They won't understand what it took. They never do. Let them talk. You've got empires to build, because this is the way. Of the few, the rare, the bold, the builders of indestructible wealth. And you are no longer part of the crowd. You've stepped into the forge. You've faced the fire. You've chosen the hard road, the sharp blade, the long game. And from this moment on, you do not chase money. You attract it. You do not beg for opportunity. You create it. You do not wait for permission. You command with vision, because you are the system now. The Rockefeller mindset is alive in you. And through you, a new empire will rise, not just of gold, but of greatness. Not just of profit, but of purpose. So walk tall, build relentlessly, and never forget, the wealth is not the goal. You are. Make yourself indestructible, and the world will kneel. What if the one thing separating you from your biggest goals wasn't money, or luck, or connections, but the way you learn? We're taught that learning ends at graduation. That is a lie. For people like Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, and Warren Buffett, learning is a weapon. It's the most powerful, consistent habit they use to dominate their industries. The single most powerful habit of self-made billionaires isn't what you think. It's not waking up at 4 a.m. It's not some esoteric biohack. It's not even a relentless pursuit of money, though that often plays a role. No, the single most powerful habit is something far more profound, far more accessible, and far more transformative. It is the unwavering, almost obsessive cultivation of a growth mindset. Think of it this way: the world is a vast, uncharted ocean. Most people are content to stay close to the shore, paddling in familiar waters, afraid of the depths and the unknown creatures that might lurk beneath the surface. They cling to their comfort zones, their established routines, and their limiting beliefs. They tell themselves stories about why they can't, why they shouldn't, and why they're not good enough. But the self-made billionaire? They are the intrepid explorers, the daring navigators who set sail for the horizon, fueled by an insatiable curiosity and an unwavering belief in their ability to learn, adapt, and overcome any obstacle that dares to cross their path. They embrace the unknown, they revel in the challenge, and they understand that failure is not a destination, but a crucial stepping stone on the path to success. This is the essence of the growth mindset, the belief that your abilities and intelligence are not fixed, but rather malleable qualities that can be developed and improved through dedication, effort, and a willingness to learn from your mistakes. It's the antithesis of the fixed mindset, which holds that your talents and capabilities are predetermined, leaving you feeling trapped and powerless in the face of adversity. Consider John D. Rockefeller, the architect of the Standard Oil empire. He didn't inherit his fortune. He didn't stumble upon success. He built it, brick by painstaking brick, fueled by a relentless determination to learn and improve. He saw the potential in the nascent oil industry, a chaotic and unpredictable landscape, and he immersed himself in every aspect of the business, from the refining process to the distribution network. He studied, he analyzed, he experimented, and he never stopped learning. When faced with setbacks, and there were many, Rockefeller didn't succumb to despair. He didn't blame his circumstances. He didn't retreat into his comfort zone. Instead, he saw these challenges as opportunities to learn and grow. He analyzed his mistakes, identified areas for improvement, and adapted his strategies accordingly. He was a master of reinvention, constantly evolving his business model to stay ahead of the competition and capitalize on emerging opportunities. Think of Henry Ford, the visionary who revolutionized the automotive industry with the Model T and the assembly line. Ford wasn't born with a silver spoon in his mouth. He was a farm boy who was captivated by machines. He tinkered, he experimented, and he relentlessly pursued his passion. Even in the face of widespread skepticism and ridicule, his initial attempts to build a successful automobile were fraught with failures. He faced financial difficulties, technical challenges, and a constant stream of naysayers who told him it couldn't be done. But Ford refused to be discouraged. He saw each failure as a valuable lesson, a chance to refine his designs and improve his processes. He learned from his mistakes, he adapted his strategies, and he ultimately revolutionized an entire industry. Or consider Warren Buffett, the legendary investor and philanthropist. Buffett didn't inherit his investment acumen. He cultivated it meticulously over decades of dedicated study and practice. He devoured books on finance and investing. He analyzed financial statements, and he patiently honed his skills. He made mistakes, of course, but he learned from them, refined his strategies, and ultimately built one of the most successful investment firms in the world. Buffett is a lifelong learner, constantly seeking out new information and insights. He reads voraciously, he attends industry conferences, and he engages in thoughtful conversations with other experts. He understands that the world is constantly changing, and that to stay ahead of the curve, you must be willing to learn and adapt. These titans of industry, these architects of wealth, all shared a common trait, a relentless commitment to growth. They understood that their abilities were not fixed, that they could learn and improve through dedication, effort, and a willingness to embrace challenges. They saw failure not as a setback, but as an opportunity to grow. The beauty of the growth mindset is that it's not just for billionaires. It's for anyone who wants to achieve their full potential, regardless of their background, their circumstances, or their current skill level. It's a mindset that can be cultivated, nurtured, and strengthened through conscious effort and deliberate practice. So, how do you cultivate this powerful habit of growth? How do you transform your mindset from fixed to growth, from limited to limitless? It starts with a conscious decision, a commitment to embrace the challenges that life throws your way, to see failure as an opportunity to learn, and to never stop believing in your ability to grow and improve. First, acknowledge and embrace imperfections. The fixed mindset often leads to a fear of making mistakes, because mistakes are seen as evidence of a lack of ability. But in the growth mindset, mistakes are simply opportunities to learn and improve. Embrace your imperfections. Acknowledge your weaknesses and see them as areas for growth. Don't be afraid to make mistakes, because that's how you learn. When you make a mistake, don't dwell on it. Don't beat yourself up about it. Instead, analyze what went wrong. Identify the lessons. You can learn, and use that knowledge to improve your performance in the future. See your mistakes as valuable data points, guiding you towards a better understanding of yourself and the world around you. Second, view challenges as opportunities. The fixed mindset often leads to a tendency to avoid challenges because challenges are seen as a threat to your self-esteem. But in the growth mindset, challenges are seen as opportunities to learn and grow. Embrace challenges, seek out new experiences, and push yourself beyond your comfort zone. When you encounter a challenge, don't back down. Don't shy away from it. Instead, embrace it with enthusiasm and determination. See it as an opportunity to test your limits, to expand your skills, and to become a better version of yourself. The more challenges you overcome, the stronger and more resilient you will become. Third, embrace the power of yet. The fixed mindset often leads to a sense of hopelessness, a belief that you're simply not good enough. But the growth mindset recognizes that you're not there yet. You may not have mastered a particular skill or achieved a specific goal, but that doesn't mean you never will. It simply means you need to keep learning, keep practicing, and keep striving. When you encounter a setback, don't give up. Don't tell yourself that you're not good enough. Instead, add the word yet to the end of that sentence. I'm not good enough yet. This simple addition can transform your perspective, shifting your focus from limitations to possibilities. It reminds you that you're still learning, still growing, and still capable of achieving your goals. Fourth, learn from the success of others. The fixed mindset often leads to envy and resentment when others succeed, because their success is seen as a threat to your own self-worth. But the growth mindset sees the success of others as an inspiration, a source of valuable lessons, and a motivation to improve. When you see someone else achieving success, don't be envious. Don't try to tear them down. Instead, study their strategies, learn from their experiences, and use their success as a source of inspiration. Ask yourself, what can I learn from this person? What can I apply to my own life? The success of others is not a threat to your own potential. It's a testament to what's possible. Fifth, cultivate a love of learning. The fixed mindset often leads to a disinterest in learning because learning is seen as a chore, a burden, or a waste of time. But the growth mindset sees learning as a lifelong adventure, a source of joy, and a key to unlocking your full potential. Cultivate a love of learning by pursuing your passions, exploring new subjects, and challenging yourself to learn something new every day. Read books, listen to podcasts, attend workshops, and engage in conversations with people who are knowledgeable and passionate about their fields. The more you learn, the more you'll realize how much there is to know, and the more excited you'll become about the prospect of lifelong learning. Sixth, celebrate effort and progress. The fixed mindset often focuses on outcomes, judging success solely on the basis of results. But the growth mindset recognizes that effort and progress are just as important, if not more so, than the final outcome. Celebrate your effort and progress, regardless of the results. Acknowledge the hard work you've put in, the challenges you've overcome, and the lessons you've learned along the way. Focus on the journey, not just the destination. The more you celebrate your effort and progress, the more motivated you'll be to keep learning, keep growing, and keep striving towards your goals. Seventh, be persistent in the face of setbacks. The fixed mindset often leads to a tendency to give up easily when faced with setbacks, because setbacks are seen as evidence of a lack of ability. But the growth mindset recognizes that setbacks are inevitable and that they are simply opportunities to learn and grow stronger. Be persistent in the face of setbacks. Don't let them discourage you. Don't let them derail you. Instead, see them as temporary obstacles, challenges to be overcome. Learn from your mistakes, adjust your strategies, and keep moving forward one step at a time. The more persistent you are, the more likely you are to achieve your goals. 8th, seek feedback and constructive criticism. The fixed mindset often leads to a defensiveness in the face of feedback and criticism, because criticism is seen as a personal attack. But the growth mindset welcomes feedback and criticism as valuable opportunities to learn and improve. Seek feedback and constructive criticism from trusted sources. Ask for honest opinions about your work, your performance, and your ideas. Listen carefully to the feedback you receive and use it to identify areas for improvement. Don't be defensive and don't take criticism personally. Instead, see it as a gift, an opportunity to learn and grow stronger. 9th, surround yourself with supportive people. The people you surround yourself with can have a profound impact on your mindset and your ability to achieve your goals. If you surround yourself with people who are negative, critical, and unsupportive, you're more likely to adopt a fixed mindset and give up on your dreams. But if you surround yourself with people who are positive, encouraging, and supportive, you're more likely to cultivate a growth mindset and achieve your full potential. Choose your friends and mentors carefully. Surround yourself with people who believe in you, who challenge you to grow, and who support you in your pursuit of your goals. Seek out people who have a growth mindset themselves and who are willing to share their wisdom and experience with you. 10th, practice gratitude. Gratitude is a powerful emotion that can help you cultivate a positive mindset, reduce stress, and improve your overall well-being. When you're grateful for what you have, you're less likely to focus on what you lack, and you're more likely to appreciate the opportunities that come your way. Practice gratitude every day by taking time to reflect on the things you're grateful for. Keep a gratitude journal and write down 3 things you're grateful for each day. Express your gratitude to the people who have helped you along the way. The more you practice gratitude, the more positive and resilient you'll become. Cultivating a growth mindset is not a quick fix. It's not a magic bullet. It's a lifelong journey of learning, growth, and self-discovery. It requires conscious effort, deliberate practice, and a willingness to embrace challenges and learn from your mistakes. But the rewards are immense. With a growth mindset, you can overcome any obstacle, achieve any goal, and transform your life in ways you never thought possible. You'll become more resilient, more creative, more adaptable, and more successful. You'll be able to embrace the challenges that life throws your way, see failure as an opportunity to learn, and never stop believing in your ability to grow and improve. The self-made billionaires of the world, the Rockefellers, the Fords, the Buffetts, they all understood the power of the growth mindset. They knew that their abilities were not fixed, that they could learn and improve through dedication, effort, and a willingness to embrace challenges. They saw failure not as a setback, but as an opportunity to grow, and so can you. You have the power to cultivate a growth mindset, to transform your life, and to achieve your full potential. It starts with a conscious decision, a commitment to embrace the challenges that life throws your way, to see failure as an opportunity to learn, and to never stop believing in your ability to grow and improve. Remember, the single most powerful habit of self-made billionaires is not some secret formula or hidden knowledge. It's the unwavering, almost obsessive, cultivation of a growth mindset. It's the belief that your abilities and intelligence are not fixed, but rather malleable qualities that can be developed and improved through dedication, effort, and a willingness to learn from your mistakes. Embrace the growth mindset. Cultivate this powerful habit and unlock your full potential. The world is waiting for you to shine. The world is waiting for you to become the best version of yourself. The world is waiting for you to make your mark. Don't let fear hold you back. Don't let doubt cloud your judgment. Don't let limiting beliefs define your potential. Embrace the challenge, embrace the uncertainty, and embrace the opportunity to grow. The journey won't be easy. There will be setbacks, there will be disappointments, and there will be moments when you feel like giving up. But remember the lessons of the self-made billionaires, the Rockefellers, the Fords, the Buffetts. They didn't give up, they persisted. They learned from their mistakes. They adapted their strategies, and they ultimately achieved their goals. You can do the same. You have the power within you to overcome any obstacle, to achieve any goal, and to transform your life in ways you never thought possible. All you need is the unwavering, almost obsessive cultivation of a growth mindset. So, start today. Make a conscious decision to embrace the challenges that life throws your way, to see failure as an opportunity to learn, and to never stop believing in your ability to grow and improve. The world is waiting. Your potential is limitless, and the power to transform your life is within your grasp. Embrace the growth mindset and unleash your inner billionaire. Embrace the growth mindset and unleash your full potential. Embrace the growth mindset and change the world. This is your moment. This is your opportunity. This is your time. Seize it. Embrace it. And never look back. The future is yours to create. The future is yours to shape. The future is yours to own. Go out there and make it happen. Go out there and make a difference. Go out there and be the best version of yourself. The world is waiting.